hours in we were. That wasn't like a lame setup just to go nice. I actually didn't notice. Alright, we still have 12 days before Haru is sold off. I am curious.
Nice.
I'm still debating whether I should actually ask, but I am curious how far into the game we are. We have to be pretty far just from a time sunk in standpoint. But I still feel like we aren't that far in like the main story, so unless it just like goes real fast, which it probably just does. Let's see. What can we do? Oh, apparently nothing. I'm stuck in here.
Hey.
Must have been in Mementos or something. Alright, video games, movie, thieves' tools, working out.
Oh.
Let's play a game. Proficiency, kindness. I need to be kinder to hang out with Futaba. Where is? Yep, that's the only not 4.
Oh.
Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 da.
Okay. Well then.
Sure, this one sounds like it's just RNG again. Let's not fuck around with that. Movie 4, you can also use them to buy properties.
Oh.
Audio in slow motion, so Persona 5 Royale's audio is all distorted? Weird. That's fairly high. Oh god. It's fine yesterday. Hopefully a reboot fixes it then. Alright. It's an 8 again. Hey! Nice. Oh, that does make sense. 8 favorite number, Octavius, got it. So all those rolls would have been fine.
Nice.
Hey!
All right.
Yeah.
Well, so what kind of monster is a Joker that playing Monopoly made him kinder? Jesus.
Morning.
Ruh, ruh, ruh.
No way, man.
Yep, 11 more days and then Haru's dad dies. Closing, reopening OBS appears to have fixed it. There you go. Alright, On seems to want to hang out. Maruki will rank up. On will not. Takemi will rank up. Would that be Max? That might be Max. Let's go hang out with the hot doctor. Is looking to boot period half the time.
Hey.
Fair. Hell biker.
Let's go.
Yeah, Yeah, OBS tends to play nice with me. The only problem I tend to have, even somewhat frequently, would be the console delay on the sound. But it seems as though if I boot up the console before OBS, it seems to work fine. The offer we discussed. So happened to be a year ahead of me in college.
Thanks. I see.
Fair. And always during the Saturday streams. Weird. The wonders of technology, though. Head of Research and Development at his hospital. I'll have to close my practice. Clinic of Internal Medicine will be gone. Transfer to that hospital. I'll be sure to give them priority. True, but I don't intend to close my practice. Kind of like being a general practitioner. Still work with them to develop new medicine, though. Was only rank 9. Damn.
All right.
So close.
Anyway.
By the time you start being honest with me, it's
Hey.
okay. You can tell me. Why did you keep coming to me?
Really? I'll see you later.
Probably should have just said it. Oh well. Oh, that felt good. Boo. Yeah, I should have. Oh well. No hot goth or fun times. God. Do I reload? It is early into the stream. Who all is there? Hot doctor, teacher, the other phantom thieves, fortune teller, reporter, chess girl. I might reload.
You're back.
Yeah, whatever. I should probably actually read it. Hey, yeah, I get it. Nothing's happening. Minus the twins, Psy. Oh man, Psy would probably be the only one that's tempting me. Maybe more Makoto or Futaba, but I have memed about banging the teacher pretty much the entire game, though. But we also have not bothered to actually hang out with her at all. Would have enjoyed Psy being an option. Yeah. I think off the top of my head, I might find her the most attractive. And she seems interesting. Yeah, we'll go with the doctor. Why not? Oh no, I have to redo like 5 seconds. It is also hour 69. Clearly, I should have gone with it.
Oh.
Alright, real quick, I have to redo this.
Okay. Well then.
Reroll. I'm not gonna get involved with the kid, you know? True. Oh, my rolls are worse this time. It's 9. We take those.
Nice.
Then again, I would also assume the game wouldn't let you hiccup with Kawakami. Again, going off of the whole
All right.
first palace, look at this abusive creep banging the students. Now go bang your homework teacher. Just... Whatever, Ryuji. Okay.
Hey. Let's go. Here. Thanks. I see.
You think Persona 6 will let you be gay, or do you think they still won't allow it? Whenever they end up making it.
All right.
Let you be gay if you so choose.
Anyway.
I'd also like to be able to play as a girl MC. Also fair.
Hey. Really? Fine.
Give you a special examination in quotes if you like. Sheesh, you young guys. Should I have gone with it isn't a joke?
I'll see you later.
The order you get social links. Ah. Well, I mean, I already reloaded once, right? What's another reload to make sure we get it done right?
Ah, you're back.
Oh.
Clearly this means we're not compatible and I shouldn't be going for her. But I have the power of time magic.
Okay. Well then.
Snake eyes. Doing worse every time on this.
Nice.
All right.
Fuck off, Ryuji. Trying to hook up with the hot goth doctor lady. She's really more punk than goth, but still. Oop. So saith I.
I'll just add this.
I'll at least partially learn from my previous mistakes. So I at least don't have to play the stupid Monopoly game again.
Hey. Let's go. Here.
All right.
Anyway. Hey.
So I have
Really?
to ask, just because it's always a curiosity in these kinds of games,
Fine.
is there a harem ending? You never know sometimes.
Well then.
Actually, I changed my mind. No! Still wrong. Again. Lied about his entrance exams to get unlicensed medicine. You can date multiple women. Not too surprised. Seek with a minor. Let's talk about it later, okay?
I'll see you later.
With results. Maybe I should do that, just to see said quote-unquote results. It's probably pretty funny. Got one last problem. The only one who can treat your condition. Aw, she's flustered. That's cute.
Ah, you're back.
Yeah, I get it. Your dad's still not fine. And then there's this. Kawakami would be ranked up. Mishima rank up. Some of the written lines in this game, Jesus Christ. Yeah. God. I know I'm almost done with Mishima, and I never have to talk to him again. That menu. Well, that would be the last one. I could just finish off Mishima right now. Ground Lude. Yeah, let's do it. Right? Alright, Mishima.
Let's go. You know,
You off at the
I've been
supply
thinking about
closet.
what
God.
Akiyama-kun said to me, how I've
Hot.
changed. For some reason, I couldn't bring myself to run away back when I saved him. So, I was thinking why that may have been. Honestly, I was pretty desperate at the time, so I don't remember much. But in the back of my head, I was thinking what you would do in that situation. I mean, you put yourself on the line to stop Kamoshida, and probably other villains too. So
Remember
I
Kamoshida.
thought there had to be something I could do myself. I was only acting out of fear, though.
But you didn't let it stop you.
You know,
And that's what real
I've always
bravery
wanted to
is.
change. I wanted to go from the dull nobody everyone messes with to the famous world-renowned hero. But you helped me realize something important. Heroes aren't heroes because they're famous.
I'm also, to backtrack a little bit, because I got distracted with whether we should actually date the doctor or not. When she was originally asking, like, what was happening, and there was the whole I should choose my words thankfully, my first thought was, oh, is this where we're gonna finally tell her about the Phantom Thieves? It's like, no.
It's because they fight for
Now
other
confess
people.
your love, or don't. I was like,
Looking back on it, what I really wanted to change was the weak me. The me on the volleyball team who let wrongdoing go
months ago,
unpunished,
IRL.
even though I knew it was unjust.
And I think, like,
The
7
coward
months
me
ago
who
in-game,
looked the other
we're
way
close enough
when
at this
people
point.
I knew were in need of help. Tell me the truth. I only changed because you stole my heart, right?
Nope.
Huh? So the Phantom Thieves didn't make me have a change of heart?
Yeah, it turns
Really?
out people can change on their own.
You know what?
Crazy, huh?
It's still thanks to you that I was able to change. All this time, I've been looking up to the Phantom Thieves, pretending to be a collaborator. And now, I'm finally able to stop
I'd say you're actually a collaborator.
Truth
In
be
that, you know,
told,
if
I had given up.
if we go
I
down, we're gonna
accepted
bring
that
you
I was
with
a
us.
zero, that my existence was meaningless. But I've learned. I may not be able to change the world, but
Present
I can
day,
change
Sai
myself.
might know about
Whether I
you.
sulk
Just
about my
FYI.
inability to do anything, or hold my head high and look to the future. My perception shapes the boundaries of my world. It all comes down to what's inside my heart. I might still mess up every so often, but
You will.
as long as you're here, I'll be able to stand up again. So, I may not be the best
Lean
person
on
around.
me
You can feel free to rely on me
when
at least
you're not
sometimes.
strong.
And no matter what the world says, I'll be rooting for you. Just like you were for me.
Yeah. And now we're the bestest of friends, because Atlas won't let me be gay. Goodbye, Mishima. I am never gonna
thou.
talk to you again.
Thou
Uh-oh.
art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath.
God.
Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of the moon, granting thee infinite power.
I have the feeling I don't have infinite power, but me... Allows backup members to earn the same experience as current party members. Yippee!
All right.
Salvation.
All right.
Now fuse Sandalphon, the most powerful persona of the Moon Arcana. Ooh.
You know what? I'm going to find you an awesome request. That's all I can really do for you right now.
An awesome request
But
for
I'm
you,
working on that
Mishima. Get down on your
documentary, too.
knees.
I even plan on making it into a book someday. I bet anyone who reads about the Phantom Thieves would
Gotta
find the
bleed 'em
hidden
dry to
courage
make a new
within
persona.
themselves. Maybe
Yeah, we didn't
that
even,
means
like,
I can
slash
use
our
that book
palms
to
when we,
change people's
like,
hearts.
Grabbed hands to really make it a blood oath.
All right. Oh, I'm hungry. Come on, maybe a buffet? Wait.
to share blood with Mishima, then you aren't gonna get Sandalphon. Which one was that? Was that the one in, like, the volcano? It's been a bit since I've watched Ava. Oh, the sports meet went well. Probably gonna see the redhead soon. I always forget her name, which is funny because if I remember right, her name is like one of the super common Japanese names usually used in this stuff. But for some reason, it just does not stick in my head. It's a shame Mishima also isn't cooler. Maybe I could have gotten, like, the moon presents from Bloodborne instead. That would have been dope. Oh, she's not here. Oh. My kid wants to hang out. Maybe. He's got some neat stuff, it seems. One beat apart, so the resulting background music was weird. Oh, God. Makoto, that's her name. Well, you know what? Before I hang out with anyone, I just want to see if I can see what Sandalphon looks like. Also, I keep forgetting about this. Now that money is exactly a problem at this point. Or even really a factor in anything besides fusions.
Hi. Okay. Yeah. Oh, 200 yen. Yay. So that's a 100 yen loss. I think I paid 300 that time. Oh yeah, I do also need to do my final burger challenge at some point.
Hey, inmate.
When does, I feel like I ask this, like, every week. When does the new SMT game come out again? Lachesis with Tetraja. That's probably gonna be something I'm gonna have to look up.
Time for some
How to get
rehabilitation.
Tetraja. I want here. Probably advanced. Oh, it's not. Huh. I just assumed it would be in here.
Let us begin the search.
Well, a little disappointed that I
Some
can't,
modification, huh?
Finished for your turn,
You know.
Caroline.
So,
Do the
who's it
thing.
gonna be?
Who is it gonna be? Maybe White Rider? Make him cooler? Yeah, why
Gonna
not?
light some incense? Which incense are you gonna light? I'll put this incense. Get over here.
Sorry,
Are you
Conquest, you aren't
finished?
strong enough.
What?
It is time, inmate.
So yeah.
Alright, now who do I want to hang out with? Oh, I was also thinking the wrong person when I saw Makoto for whatever reason. I think I would at least have her name down by now. Okay, doesn't Maruki only go up to 5? So shouldn't I be close to being done with him? He's like one of the weird new ones they added in. Oh no, he goes to 10. Kasumi only goes to 5. the next thing I get from you? Rank 2. Well, that seems like a good idea. Yeah. And I got you now. Which can inflict ailments. Oh, okay. You know, I am right here. Maybe I can see, like, what all... the upgrades can do. I also don't know the last time I checked, just buying weapons and shit from him. So, dude. One custom part per gun. Higher confidant's rank, the more customizable parts you'll be able to choose from.
Yo.
Right?
Okay.
First off, how we
Sounds
doing
good.
on everything?
Nice weather like this makes me want to go up into the mountains and blast a few rounds.
That is quite a bit better. My magic would be lower though, and I feel like my magic stat is a little more often used than this. Let's see, extra 18, or no. Hold on, 22 damage. I mean, that's some, don't get me wrong. It's an extra 30 and chance for forget.
That one? Don't break it, okay?
Oh, I guess I could, but...
That's
sure,
what you
use
choose.
haste.
You better not use it to pull a prank.
I wouldn't be surprised if this helps out, like, the double attack thing, so maybe I should get Ryuji a better pipe, but it's kind of funny to just ignore it.
Don't break it, okay?
Whoops. No. Okay, that's worse for her. 22 extra damage plus magic. Yeah, I'm good.
Alright. Alright, which one? That's what you're... You
Yes,
better not use it to pull
please.
a prank.
Increases
It's that time of
accuracy,
year when
or
schools hold
wow,
their
an extra
athletic meets,
36
Those
damage.
starting pistols aren't ours, you know. We don't sell them here. That one? Good. That's what you're choosing. Don't break it, okay? You look serious. That one? Sure thing. That's what you're choosing. Like it?
I feel like
Nice
she,
weather like this makes
her
me wanna go
accuracy
up
is
into the
really
mountains
90.
and
I feel
blast
like
a
she
few
misses
rounds.
way more than that.
That's good.
I do like seeing big damage numbers. Oh, he's only at 75. Wow.
That's what you're choosing? You better not use it to pull a prank. That sure thing. You must be scheming to do something, huh? Don't break it, okay? That's what you're good.
The
It's that time of year
Scorcher.
when schools hold their athletic meets, huh? Those start. You better not use it to pull a prank. That sure thing.
Whoops. Hit don't equip. I'll have to equip that.
Come again.
Especially since I actually use Haru. Alright. Let's hang out with the junior high kids so I can get better at video games.
Hey,
God, this kid's the tower.
Alright.
Crazy.
you bastard!
Never want to lose it gun about. Tend to get all heated up about it. For all the elementary school kids to go home.
Oh.
Ever there and there's never anything to do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking the person with the tower is
Alright.
probably going to be the one to betray us. That supposedly there was someone who did that, but we'll see if that ends up being so. It's still interesting that they introduced a confidant this late into the game. Because that was based off of a Mementos thing, and that's kind of locked by story progression. So as far as I know, it's not like I could have talked to this kid sooner. Get it if you do it every day.
Ah, you're back.
Ah. Notify you of a special assignment? Alright. Sure.
Hey, hey!
Well, I do have that, so
I should write
can at
something.
least have my maid do it. And start playing.
Okay.
Well, soon we're gonna get to the point where this game has caught up to real life, and I will only play it up to the day it is in real life. So I'll only be able to play a week at a time.
Hi!
Sorry, Kawakami. Could have ranked up Kawakami while we were here. Whoops.
What are you gonna do today? Now,
For so-called art exhibits. As the season of the arts. I assume that's just a Japanese thing. Ba-da, ba-ba-da-da-ba-da.
what'll you do? Let's
Learn
go
about
in
money
it.
laundering?
Onward,
Yo, hell
Inuit.
yeah. Teach the kids crime. Capable of appreciating art properly. Well, how was that? Informative? It's downright photorealistic. Wouldn't it be easier to just take photos in those situations? Painting living humans are serious, just so that other humans can look at it. Like empty mountains and wrinkly old men too. Something like that be displayed? Different art having different levels of craftsmanship, but wasn't it simply on par with a child's?
Excuse me?
Nose and ears are wrong.
No.
Need a good shock to the brain. Someone help the id and the ego are fighting again. You're merely evading the question? Yes. That looked like a bunch of scribbles. Apparently it's worth 500 million yen. Youngest can make something that looked like that. And there's the money laundering. Have you learned, children? Tasteless reproduction of a naked body. Really gonna tell me that counts as art too? Absolutely. There we go. For my hot doctor girlfriend, that's where. Thank you. Regen 3, huh? A guillotine. The master.
Fine. Let's go home.
The dojins of this game, God. Speaking of dojins, here's Kawakami. Ba, 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 ba.
Well then.
Home shopping. Oh yeah, I forgot I had the evil internet website I can buy from. What we got in here? Having a teacher in a maid outfit to my laundry. It's so weird. 50 new damage. Board with a past. Medium chance of curse insta-kill to all foes. Hold on one second. Let me double check something. That house Ouija spelled? It is! That's a brand name. They must have paid the royalties in order to use that in the game. Well, I don't immensely care about really most of this, but spending money might unlock more things, so let's spend more money. Sure, I'll have a Ouija board. I played Phasmophobia yesterday. Over 100,000 yen is now chaos. The highest member rank, so this is our full lineup. Okay. To be fair, those bigger Magatamas are at least somewhat useful. If I only got one person with the element. Pumpkin Ghost set. 1 lantern necklace and 5 pumpkin soups. Ghost repellent set. 5 baptismal water and 5 exorcism water. I think I have enough of those, but I could be wrong.
Hey, hey!
I want that pumpkin soup. And I guess Charlie Day does deserve one. God. Hey Mario, look what I made. That's a board, Luigi. Who didn't make it? Hang out with Yusuke, Makoto. God, that really it? Okay, how about instead of hanging out with Makoto, which is probably the smarter thing, I believe this is my last Big Bang Burger challenge. Let's do it before the president of the company dies. The Moon Burger? Whoops, that wasn't exactly what I meant to do, actually. Hold on.
Welcome.
120 HP to all allies. That's not terrible, but I feel like I've got way better healing kind of on tap.
Yeah.
Give me your ultimate challenge. As an honorary PhD? I feel like I've heard that before.
Thank you
but
very
good
much.
for him, still.
Now then.
The ultimate challenge. All this meat makes sense for a challenge of such cosmic proportions. Yo,
Now
thanks, fam. Pretty proud of it. Oh, you mean the burger?
Congratulations.
The captain badge. Yay. 10 Big Bang Burgers.
Please come again.
Lots of physics disagree with this. An incredibly acidic stomach
you
that
could
just
do it.
immediately melts it all down.
Nice.
Give me all them stat ups. I don't feel like that should up my charisma.
All right.
Max proficiency!
Want to head back?
Does not help my kindness, however. Supersize my stomach. Yeah, to talk the burger
You're
down.
back.
Dope. God, everyone wants to hang out, huh? Alright, hold on. Let's take a look. EY, Yoshida. Chihaya won't be ranked up. Futaba wanna do? Sure.
My sandal has come undone. You're too slow. Unless you can move at the speed of light, you'll never be able to go back to the future.
Samurai Jack? It's the only sci-fi thing I can think of where someone's sandal might be undone and they're trying to get back to the... Well, I guess that's back to the past. I fucked up. Damn. Yo, nice boots.
Yeah, huh? Thanks.
Foreign sci-fi marathon. It'd be fun.
What? Excuse me, but could you please repeat
Voiced cutscene?
Now, nothing's been decided as of yet. But at the rate that things are going, Yoshizawa-san's honor status could possibly be revoked. Something so serious should, of course, be brought to the attention of both her parents and yourself.
I've been told that her results at the latest meet were quite laudable. Isn't revoking her status as an honor student a bit of an overreaction on the school's part?
I understand how you feel, but, well, third place doesn't really cut it in this case. She needs to attain first place results for her exceptional status to be worthwhile. Don't get me wrong here. Personally, I think her results are impressive, but I suppose the argument could be...
Also, is that Igor's voice actor just not doing as deep of a voice? Because it sounds like it.
I suppose the argument could be made that if she's going to represent Shujin and receive special treatment, it's not enough. Be made that if she's going to represent... Please don't shoot the messenger here, okay? This is necessary to guarantee fairness across the entire student body. It's not as if you've been expelled or
something about the
Another
rumble in
meet's
the
coming
voice
soon.
sounds the
Please
same.
try for the results the
Just
school
not as
wants
deep.
to see.
Sir, putting excessive expectations on Yoshizawa-san will only be to her detriment.
Oh, that wasn't at all my intention. I just wanted to give her a little encouragement. Dr. Maruki, please continue serving the student body as counselor and providing support to Yoshizawa-san. This meeting was merely meant to express how the entire faculty will be supporting her. That's the reason I had you sit in today, Dr. Maruki.
Supporting her. I see.
At any rate,
I do
that's
still
all
wish
I wanted to
Igor had
discuss
more
with you
voice
today.
lines in this game
Please
because I
keep
love
in
listening
mind,
to that
These
voice.
changes are all hypothetical, unless Yoshizawa-san doesn't provide better results.
No pressure.
Well, I suppose we should wrap up here.
Hello.
Excuse me. What's wrong with Yoshizawa? Didn't she seem off to you?
Yep. She dropped her lucky tag.
It's... Yoshizawa must have dropped it. Shoot, she's gone. We should at least send her a text so she knows. Maybe I left it in here.
Huh? How did Yoshizawa-san handle the news?
She seems...
Also, have they, like... I feel like the school has kind of breezed by the fact that the principal seemingly committed suicide in front of the police station. Like, you'd think that would have been a bit of a bigger thing, especially with how much, what's-his-dick, the PE teacher, caused such a stir in the school.
Pretty downcast.
But
I think it was quite the shock to her.
I truly hope this is what finally drives her to succeed. She needs to push herself beyond third place and bring home some stronger results. And soon.
All of them except for
Principal,
Maruki
I know I've already told you
and
this,
Kawakami,
but your
who's
approach
just
here is going to affect her adversely.
tired.
Trying to motivate her with harsh words is only going to give her more anxiety.
Dr. Maruki, we aren't running a charity. If she's going to receive special treatment, she needs
There's
to
political
provide
pressure
adequate
keeping it
results.
quiet. I could see
Praising her
that.
until her
But
head
I
swells
just feel
may
like
be your
people
idea
at the
of
school would be
therapy, but
talking
we
about
can't
it.
afford to just butter
Even if
her
the
up forever.
faculty were trying to hush it up.
We took in those sisters to improve Shujin's standing, but at this rate, we're only going to end up suffering for it. Not only have we lost one of them, but the other one's not doing us any good. Talk about a waste of effort.
Third place at the meet, though. There were only 2 people who did better. God.
Pardon me. But there's no denying.
Yeah, the whole point is that they're assholes, but still.
We've got our backs to the wall here. Huh.
Alright, there. They at least mentioned it. They at least said the principal's death there.
Soon, even my own ass will be on the line. That'll be all. Excuse me.
I just cannot understand.
With how happy people have been acting. It's all so unscientific. Thank you, sir. Trying to steal the galaxy of junk food from me. Alright, well, you lost me. Vast the universe is, full of countless galaxies. Consider this. Simply use 3 watermelons of the sun. Certain matter sizing as the universe is. What are that? Melons? What?
This is it. That's
Okay.
it.
Density of stars and the vastness of space. 3 Bs in the whole of Europe also works. Okay. So 3 watermelons inside the sun is how big stars are for the universe. Okay, I got it. In the words, the universe is essentially empty. I don't got it. Great distance by the sheer volume of them visible. Oh, so if the sun wasn't there, but there were just 3 watermelons instead of the sun?
Nice going.
You lost me on that one. And I like space, so... Mass of the sun compared to the mass of 3 watermelons, that's the comparative mass to emptiness ratio of the universe. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I just now noticed that you tried to reach me. My smartphone seems to be acting up again.
Yeah, it's from a horror game. I don't like that. Are you speaking to me from PT or
my good luck charm, right?
She actually sounds like Dread Out. That sounds like it's from Dread Out.
Odaiba, in front of the stadium, where we met before.
She's at the stadium?
Senpai, sorry, I can't hear you.
I guess her signal. I couldn't hear everything, but she seemed to be acting unusually this morning.
This is a ghost trying to lure me into a haunted area and kill
she
me.
goes there when she's depressed. Well, to Odaiba.
Which, I mean, it's fair. This is the day before Halloween.
No connection. We should have gotten this thing replaced already.
You really should. Do you need money for that? I can spare some.
I'm so useless. I do nothing but cause trouble for Senpai. And even Dr. Mar... I'm supposed to be the Kasumi Yoshizawa.
The?
Come on, I want to get a parfait.
Oh, hey, it's that one
yeah,
guy.
Just a sec.
That they reuse
I'm
for
looking up a spot
assholes
right now.
constantly.
It's a...
Ugh, you've gotten us totally lost. What's that building even supposed to be, anyway?
Well, there's a sign right
they're
there.
Building some kind of convention center. What's it matter?
Your spirit box, how did you
not a
die?
lab, it's a
Where are
stadium.
you? How old are you? Are you near me? Anime!
Beginning navigation.
Oh, here we go. Behold, we've forced her to become part of the Phantom Thieves. Oh, that's a neat tower thing.
Hey, is that...
I am the all-seeing eye of the universe, the Alpha and the Omega. That's the end of Bayonetta, right? Where we fight Jubileus. Oh, they don't show me turning into the coat in the anime? Lame.
This atmosphere... Is this a palace? But we never activated the nav. Wait. Do you think it was Yoshizawa?
Absolutely. Did you not see the anime cutscene?
It's a possibility. She wasn't anywhere near us when we... She can't fight like we do.
Mini palace to get the bonus character into the party. I can only imagine the next palace is that casino from the intro then.
Let's go.
The next full one. I imagine this is like a mini palace. Exclusive royal content. Oh man, one of my fucking personas is in the thing too. Oh, that was a weird control where I went a different way than I was pushing. South. Floop. Floop. The music and the wide aesthetic is giving me the world that never was vibes. Shout out to Cage too. This is your brain on lightning bolts. Anyway.
I have something.
Quiet place. No. Yep. So how'd she get up here? Is it just because she's a gymnast, or? Oh, I can just make that jump.
Who's there? Was that Yoshizawa? Yeah. Stay on guard, though.
Whee!
Why? How are you here? Who's that? Is she a cognitive being? It's my fault. What?
So is that you or your sister? I'm gonna bet sister, but it's saying my fault, so it might be you.
You must. Kasumi.
Nope, that's your sister.
Stop! Stop it!
Oh my god. Hello.
You must.
You have unlocked the doppelganger persona.
Hurry! Yoshi.
Heresy! You dare to spurn our Lord's mercy!
Are you
And
alright,
it turns into a
Yoshizawa?
Dragon Quest monster.
That voice. Looks like that thing's ready to rumble.
Accept yourself. Our Lord laments the foolishness birthed from your pain.
What are you talking about?
Nice tentacle fingers.
Exam period. Must be nice getting perks like that. Where are these voices? Her whole I'm not bothered routine really pisses me off sometimes. Getting special treatment is like whatever if it's deserved. But do you think she's earned it?
I understand how you feel, but, well, third place doesn't really cut it in this case. She needs to attain first place results for her exceptional status to be worthwhile.
Not only have we lost one of them, but the other one's not doing us any good. Talk about a waste of effort.
I've had enough of this.
Yoshizawa?
You're telling me I'm not cutting it? Still, I don't care what. Will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of our dream!
Man, I'm glad everyone that happens to get dragged into these palaces is totally fine with fighting back and has a rebellious spirit deep inside. Because otherwise the results would probably be
It's all in your best interest.
not nearly as pretty. To, you know, hearing that kind of talk just echoed back at you constantly.
Filling my life with this pressure. Demanding the results that you want.
Yoshizawa? Could she be?
And now you're all branding
Of
me
course
a
she
failure?
is. What do you have to ask?
Let me
Stupid
remind
cat.
you who you're talking to. I am...
At this point, just assume.
I am... Kasumi Yoshizawa!
So adamant.
Alright, who you got? Does it look cool?
Rather than accepting our consenders.
No, it's
You
angelic.
strive towards
Makes sense.
splendor. You know the risk.
What if it was just Bayonetta?
If those really are the shoes you've chosen.
Like, not even like a historical figure or mythological thing, just actual Bayonetta.
This has got to be...
Craziest crossover ever. Except for that one time Dante was in one of these games. Oh my god, she gets a fucking magical girl thing. In case you're wondering who's the favorite in this newly released version of the game. Persona looks
Accept
cool,
this
though.
contract. The spell cast upon you.
I request we have a rematch. This time, I'm going all in with Cendrillon!
I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation or not, given this game's track record. It could be.
We'll show you the way to do this.
Thank you.
Anyway, what's your element?
Dance, Persona!
Light, huh? Yeah, that tracks.
Cendrillon!
I can only imagine your... Yep. Evil synthetic organism. Named for Cinderella. Ah, okay.
Persona! Anubis! There!
Die, weird bee thing with tentacle fingers. Or show me what those fingers do. You know, one of the two. Can you do the special shot? I don't think so.
Impossible! Persona! Show them, Cendrillon! Gamble me!
Persona!
Alright, last chance, bee guy. No, you don't wanna? Okay.
Power courses through me.
Now I'm even more charming.
I do like the silver rose bit.
Hey, are you alright? I can't.
I like and dislike her
Whoa,
outfit.
I'm quite
Like,
impressed.
the individual parts are
Considering how
pretty
you just
cool, but I
awakened
feel
to
like
your
together
persona
it's a
and
bit
all.
of a mess.
Senpai, right? I knew it. By the way, why are we dressed like this now?
Well, of course. Looks like time to get out of here.
Right. Oh. Huh? My clothes?
This was your location before you...
Also, you can now understand the
Back?
cat,
Did we-
by the way.
Please. I need to...
Yeah, I know.
what
Just
should we
tell
do?
her already.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I'm sure it's
normal. But wow.
I'll let that last part...
Huh? A cat?
There you go.
I am not...
Well, since you seem...
Oh, that's right.
Just accepts the talking
You
cat.
came...
You didn't seem your usual self.
Well, I didn't get a chance to tell you yet, but of course I'm not happy about it. But it looks like the school is... I was summoned to the I was warned that the school might revoke
Talking
my
cat is
honor
pretty damn
status if I
true.
don't improve my results soon.
But
It
then
would
she
be
was
due to my
confused
own
by it
inability
anyway,
to succeed
so...
in gymnastics, so I have to say it, but I also overheard the... And I dragged Dr. Maruki into this mess too, since...
That's a tough...
So I ended up coming here. But I feel like whatever happened in there helped me to get over it.
Seems like you really are on the... But then again... It sounds like it was pure
The nav...
Well,
Hey, look at your phone.
Hey, do you mind if the nav's on there?
Sure. Sorry.
Why's that?
The battery's dead. It's been acting up for a while now.
Oh, really? Well, it's not like that was a palace we've been after, so we couldn't make its ruler our target unless we reached.
Okay. Are you two?
No, total coincidence. Yes, of course we are.
Wait. I basically told the Phantom Thieves them.
Don't worry. With that out of the way, let's. That's right. Considering how she did back there, don't you think she'd make a worthy addition?
So
Sure. I don't think I'll put her in the party, but you
You've
know,
awakened,
obviously
and from the
she's
looks of
getting
things,
tagged along.
You've got quite the potential. If you're
Check the
willing to
battery.
join us,
We'll get
we'd
it out of
be
there.
glad.
Eat it. Fire hazard.
see.
Fuck yeah.
You don't have to give. I mean,
Also,
you probably
you know,
shouldn't make
maybe
any decisions
try and
until you
have a
learn more
phone
about
that
what it is
works.
we're at.
It's been months
you.
like this, girl.
Cool.
What you doing?
So we'll head home for now and.
Oh, what did she say? Oh, turn it down. Wow. I was so caught up in the we've done this like 8 times, skipping through it, but...
When I awakened, I can't keep obsessing over my shortcomings in gymnastics like that. So that's why I can't join you at the moment.
Alright.
Because you need to focus on your gymnastics.
I'm truly sorry to say no after all you... You may, but I think I'd only cause you all more trouble if... Of course, I won't say a... I'm glad...
Well, if you...
Thank you, Morgana-senpai.
Yes.
Is this gonna be like a, get her to rank 5 and she'll join your party?
One day I will repay you. Shall we get quite a lot's happened today?
I'm glad...
Well...
Bye. That's a time slot I'm not getting back. For nothing.
I mean...
Hey.
My pumpkin soup? I didn't even get like a rank up confidant with her. What's that bullshit?
Nice.
Oh, and I technically went into
go
the
to bed.
metaverse, so I can't do anything else?
Hey.
Damn it.
Well then.
Alright, now I don't like her. My phone fixed as soon as possible. Day in work and I still have the energy to simulate a social life. I know, right? Can't even play a little bit of video games or watch a movie
Regarding my
afterwards.
father,
That's too
there
exhausting.
isn't I can't help but think about a lot of things when I'm... I guess I'll relax and...
Sucks to be Haru. Her dad's gonna die. We've known for like the last month, but we haven't been able to do
Phantom
anything.
Thieves are amazing.
They're gonna murder him. Pretty sure the principal killed himself. There we go. Kodo, Ryuji. On. It's everyone, huh?
Hey. Please head to the exam room.
Okay, so I can't just hang out with her. I was wondering that. Still gotta wait for like the moments.
I see. Why do you have such a serious look on your face? Well, which do you want?
200 HP to one
Do you know
ally.
what it actually
200
costs to make a new
all.
medicine? I bet people would faint if they
Curing
did.
shit. One fallen ally to full HP.
You want that one? Thanks.
Why not? Half health to all allies, 100% to all allies, stat buffs for foes, debuffs for allies.
Should work. Here you go. You want that one? Oh,
I really
okay.
needed that.
Take care.
Okay, so if I want to hang out with someone, probably Makoto. God, is there anything else I can really do? Slash should do. God, are there any shopping? I don't think so. We could go fishing, but let's hang out with Makoto. It's apparently not the person trying to message me.
Well, actually...
Is it the same league as her Tsukasa? Are a bit disheveled at times. My charm needs to be at least debonair. Rank 5 charm to do that? God dang. Well, I guess hang out with On or do something else. Okay, hang out with On then.
We'll just have to wait for now.
Oh, yeah! Yeah!
Tea or fun? What did she say? Yeah, let's go somewhere fun.
Okay.
Somewhere popular, huh? Where all do we got? We got the park, fashion capital. That would probably be popular. Planetarium. Well, those are apparently my only 3 options. She doesn't want to go anywhere else, so I guess we'll go here.
Okay, let's get going.
Ding.
Hey!
Right to be here. There's some people here have fun just watching him. I think I'm weird if they see me staring at them alone. Always busy with volleyball, so I can get a chance to take her out.
Hey!
Fire up when you're thinking about helping them. Are we going for the knockout punch? Oh, we didn't get to see the knockout punch. An idol poster. Neat.
Let's get back.
Been a bit since we hung out with On. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Oh, now Takemi wants to hang out. Why? Well, sorry, Coffee Dad. But, bye! Oh, actually, really quick, sorry. I didn't check to see if there was a crossword first. There is not. Hey, if I got that guy to leave, but...
Hey.
Hey. Time for coffee. You live at a cafe, right? Do we have to go to that cafe? I know of like a piano bar. They probably serve coffee, right? home at night. Oh, I guess he left. Good.
That was absolutely delicious. I've been here a time or two, but I don't remember the coffee being so good.
That's because I made it this time. Suck
Which
it,
reminds
Coffee
me,
Dad.
the new medicine will be completed soon. Your data has been extremely helpful due to your generic body type and bland health history. You've been a splendid guinea pig.
You are,
I mean,
like a
participant.
blank fucking
So,
slate.
thanks again.
It is impressive that a person could be as generic
By the way,
as you.
How have I been doing? Have I been helpful?
Oh yeah, you have.
For your escapades with the Phantom Thieves, I mean.
Oh my god!
Come on.
like
you
you're
and
a
I both know
placeholder
that you were
protagonist
lying
or
about
something.
needing to prepare for the entrance exams. I visited Oyamata in jail. A swing of fortunes like that could have only come at the hands of the Phantom Thieves. And to have it happen when it did, isn't the only logical conclusion to think that it's you?
Some hot coffee.
Well, I don't care. The point is that without you, I wouldn't have been able to complete my mission. I would have never finished the new medicine while I was being deceived by
Also, wow, you mean the doctor has more brain cells than the Phantom Thieves and could actually put 2 and 2 together? Crazy. It's like she's smart or
Oyamata,
something.
And I would have never
We're not
met
a
any of
complete
the
idiot.
townspeople. I bet the Phantom Thieves save people in need, just like doctors do, huh?
We try.
So, I'll go out on a limb for you. I'll have even more powerful medicine ready for you. You are my boyfriend after all. You'll use the medicine correctly, won't you?
Nice. Feel a strong bond. I got a
am
strong
thou,
bond for her to
thou
feel
art I.
when we're done with the coffee.
Thou hast turned a vow
Also,
into
damn
a
it, I
blood
just
bond.
did the shopping.
Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret.
Also, what's the final death persona? I would have assumed it was death, but apparently not. Because I could have already made death.
Alright.
Now, so you resuscitation medicine. Also,
Alright.
we have Alice. Not as intimidating a name
Hey,
as
This is where you
Sandalphon.
live, right? Where's your room?
little blue pals.
Upstairs?
Nope, it is.
Then
Just
it's
the
just
two
the two
of
of
us.
us. Really? Then would you like a thorough examination?
Fuck, I don't know if I can mess this up in any way. Yes, please.
I guess I'll start off by examining your I'll just have to take my time examining you.
Nice. I spent time alone with Takemi. Getting late, I should probably take her back to the clinic. Anyway. I only go to Mementos today? Why? I don't like either of these options. I don't feel like it is like... Could you say it less like an asshole? At the same time, like, why? Sorry. Do we have requests? I thought I had all the requests done. If I have requests, my bad on, but...
Okay, quiet down.
Regular class will be reviewing last week's materials.
Hey!
Hell yeah, slack off time.
What do you want to do?
It's guts, flowers, theme park, some old district. Let's do the theme park one.
Man.
Oh, Destinyland? Okay, so it is like a Disneyland thing. In my Hama. Yo, Disneyland Tokyo! The land of dreams. Everyone wants to get to Disneyland. So those two want to hang out real quick, just because I'm curious. She puts a collar and leash on you. Hot.
Hey. Please head to the exam room. Okay,
Meanwhile,
which one?
What can I buy? Revives all fallen allies to 50%
Did
HP.
you decide? You don't
Whew.
need anything.
Them's expensive. I will
should
take
work.
one.
Thanks.
In case. I do not have the money for more.
Take care.
Alright, so Ryuji and Makoto Kasumi, God. Futaba also wants to hang out. On would rank up. Ryuji, Maruki. Kasumi would rank up, but she only has a couple more. Really quick, do I actually have a confidant thing with Futaba? Okay, I do. Now, I'm sorry, Futaba. I will ignore you for now, even though I can finally actually rank that up. Just because the redhead only has 5 ranks, so if I get one of those, I will be very close to being done with her. And then I can either decide to have her in the party or just ignore her. Because I'll be honest, she doesn't exactly interest me very much. A Chapman, collecting rare goods for personal reasons. Sure, my dude.
I mean...
Calling postcard. I don't think I have one. Oh, I guess I do have one. Sure, I'll take some strawberry daifuku. Maybe I should have went into mementos. Cost a sandalwood. Ups strength, magic, and agility by 1. Sure, I'll take some. I really should fucking call people to do darts and billiards some more. I forget that's a thing because no one actually invites me to that. Wish they would. Anyway, hey.
Senpai? Well, let's go.
Ba, 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 da, ba, ba, da.
Senpai?
Get a pair of glasses? I have enough glasses. Good gift for my dad.
Thank you so much. I think that's good. counting on you. I see. Wow! I knew it!
It might look a little shady.
This is...
Are they? Why are those even here? You know what, fair. I was about to say, why do they have those, so fair enough.
Then it's set. Thank you for bringing me here. Well,
If I couldn't choose or if I chose wrong, my cooking turned out bad too. God. Listen, you're in high school now. Of course you have depression. Come on. Everyone does. It's you real.
All right.
Listen, you gotta go for it. The chains hook. A shadow that is slightly further away than usual. That looks more than slightly. That looks pretty far. Begin the fight inflicted with dizzy, confuse, or fear. Oh. I thought the ambush from afar was enough. You also gonna throw statuses in? Dope.
All right.
An extra 5 HP.
I'll be heading home now.
How come my in-depth examination with the doctor didn't boost my max HP?
Ah, you're back.
The one behind them. Now that we're getting closer to the truth.
Yo.
Now that we're getting closer to the truth, now that we even slightly tried to look for the truth.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I should also check and see what else they sell for now. Now that I've reached Chaos rank. Chaos. Chaos.
Nice.
A true and neo chaos. Oh. Not bad. The Salvation Crown? For almost 1 million yen? Alright, fair enough. Kawakami, you're a fucking train wreck and I love you. Well, Hifumi won't rank up, so... Kachi's also there. Never gonna hang out with him, but... Hey, let's try and make the train wreck feel better about herself.
Oh! Hi!
Drenched and wet right now. Forgot that was a line. Yoko.
Hey!
Jeez.
You know you're being used for money. Mediocre teacher and a mediocre maid.
So...
An apology. Soon named Takase at the school I taught at before Shujin. Was considered a problem child since he had the lowest grades and skipped school a lot, put in charge of guiding him, pushing him to transfer to another school. He wasn't a problem child after all. He was working several part-time jobs just so he could cover his living expenses. Took him in when his parents died, so he had to make money to support him himself. Couldn't attend school every day, but he was motivated to study. His grades started to improve slowly but surely. Told that it was wrong to only help certain students, not others. Called into the principal's office, threatened me, saying that I'd be dismissed if I continued to tutor Takase-kun. Losing my job and of having rumors spread about me, canceled their upcoming tutoring sessions. He died in a car crash. Holy shit. No big deal because he had to work anyway, so I wouldn't feel bad. If only I had kept my promise to him. Saying it was all my fault that he was so tired. Sue me and take the issue to the Median Board of Education. The apology money so they wouldn't sue me or say anything. It seems like they're just holding that onto you so that you could give them money. Also, the fact that his guardians were making him work the jobs to pay for them. That's awfully fishy, Kawakami. You should maybe be questioning that a little more.
Yeah.
Hey, sometimes get free time in all the classes.
All right.
Really ruining everyone else's education, but you know. Are you sick, Kawakami? No. So how dare you? I make sure this room is clean. School deserves to be shut down. Also true.
Thank you so much!
Maybe that math teacher will stop hurling chalk at me every chance he gets. I live in that cafe right now. Always this nice curry smell around that place. You get to eat that place's curry every day. I go for some baked curry right now. Hey, Kawakami, I know a doctor that can get rid of that cough, thankfully. Imagine having laws against teachers throwing shit at students. I know, right?
Hey!
Oh, some reading time.
Hmm?
Ba-da-ba-ba-da. Hey!
All right.
Really quick, when I can take a second to pause it, I really need the bathroom. Alright, BRB. Okay, I'm back. Hey, nice title. Use your extra hour well.
Textbooks open to page...
Headphones shut off. There we are. Revolutionaries proceeded to take the courts under their control. All who opposed the revolution were executed. Reviled as despots and executed by the public. Many people were executed during the French Revolution. Actually, due to one specific invention used in this game. The electric chair. Oh.
What is the answer?
This is a guillotine, alright? Who invented this instrument? I think this is a rumor, isn't it? Or no, I think it was a rumor that he died by the guillotine.
This is it.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, Charles Henry Sanson was the executioner of Marie Antoinette. The other guy, Louis. 2,800 people at the advent of the guillotine. Swift, painless execution regardless of one's social status. French spirit of equality.
Nice go.
Yeah, and I think the last execution with the guillotine was in like 1950, wasn't it? Hold on. Last execution with guillotine. 1977. In France. It was an hour ago I fused a persona. Fair. That don't count. They can come back. Yeah. I believe it was a rumor for, like, one of those myths of history that Monsieur Guillotine was killed by the guillotine, but I believe that's actually false.
That means...
Alright, we have the two kids want to hang out. Yeah. Can't help Makoto until I'm debonair. Oh yeah, what's the next thing I get from the kid that's good at the Vinci games? Where's the tower? There it is. The warning shot. To make it easier to obtain a persona? Alright. Calm down. Let's hang out with Futaba, though. I do enjoy her. And I'm finally kind enough to hang out with her, just normally. Oh, actually, hold on, Futaba. Yeah, we'll just do it. I can check afterwards.
All right.
When did you last save? I think just a couple days ago. I can possibly save after this, and also double check on the fuck, what are they? The missions, whatever it is. Sounds like Sojiro wants me to go back to school. Eh, you probably should. Are better for studying. Wouldn't even have to leave the house. Yeah, they are. It's really nice, Futaba. It's a great idea. Fuck this game. Love online classes. Without even getting out of bed. Really consider that going to school. For the record, I do believe she's young enough that going to in-person classes will still help socializing and whatnot, and she clearly has anxiety problems. But, you know, forgetting to save can be painful. Yeah. Yeah, it can. Do you think I'll be able to?
Really?
If we work together, want me to help, and I don't know? Where's the confidence in the yes? Always forgot one thing and had to reload constantly. Oof, I can only imagine.
Oh, that's right.
Make a promise list. Just have me do that all the time. All my goals for the month, like cleaning the house or running errands for her. Then when I'd finish one, she'd mark it off with a big stamp. Take a day off work to spend time with me. Oh, that's fun. Go somewhere with lots of people. Getting used to big crowds is the key. Go to school. Learn about my generation. Definitely need more info. Normal conversation with a stranger my age. Sounds good to me.
Settled.
God talking to strangers. Gross. Hate it.
All right.
I think I could have a reward. Sure.
All right.
Exhausted from making this list. Am I being attacked by the game? I feel like I'm being attacked by the game. I'm gonna make like a hedgehog and roll out of here. Start going to school. Do you think it makes Sojiro happy? We just matched Futaba's character type. Also fair. Okay, go to my party. Counting on you. Start Phantom Quest 4, Chapters of the Thieves.
You're back.
Hey, crossword!
Hey!
We're almost done with the crosswords, which is a little worrying. Establishing order or worth, i.e. scholarly. Nerd? Older in years. Those are all I's. Right, those are I's? Yeah, he uses the capital L. It's not elder. Not older. Scholarly or establishing order or worth. Geriatric. In example, scholarly. Let me see, usually has to do with something that's happening right now. But it's the main thing's happening right now. Haru's dad is gonna die any moment now. And we have the Kasumi nonsense happening. Establishing order or worth. Or worth. Only A's, I's, and U. D. Dan. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. I got nothing on this one. Well, I've got a couple ones, but it keeps using letters I don't have, so. P5 Royal crossword. This is apparently the second to last one. Ranking. I guess I can see that. That's, I feel like a little bit of an awkward hint. Oh, and I bet the down one is maybe academic. Would that fit with that E? Whoops, I forgot if I was... I'm gonna assume it was academic. I feel like the letters were right for that. With ranking, no matter the length of the list, by quantifying a relevant factor, the task is simplified. Voting on a complex issue can be complicated, so a method called the board account is sometimes used, where the voters rank their selections, which are tallied.
All right.
I see.
I feel like I've always heard that called rank choice voting, and not board account, but okay. Whatevs. Alright, who all wants to hang out? Got Coffee Dad, who would rank up. Chihaya, Ohaya. Alright, let's hang out with Coffee Dad. Oh, wait, hold on.
Next time, then.
Some other things first? Do I have all my... Yeah, I have all my requests done. I have no idea what On was talking about.
I'll just add this.
Save for safety, because it's been a few days. Yeah, it's only been like 5 days. That's not the worst, but it was definitely long enough to be annoying if we had to reload.
Thanks.
Ba 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 da. Ba da ba ba da. For my curry and my coffee, that's enough for me. To each his own. Roundabout way of showing disapproval. Not disapproval, just saying, probably not for me, Coffee Dad.
Hey.
Stop flirting with the staff. Relies on keeping the right distance from people, not too far, not too close. Howdy, bud. School and society this whole time, huh? That's not good parenting. Futaba had a terrible life living with you. I'm gonna give you most of the inheritance for custody. Is that still not enough for you? Yo, what's up, Ross? How you doing? Kid Yaff here. I've heard all about him and his criminal record. Hey, Futaba. Clearly not a healthy situation. You're the problem here. So... Futaba's uncle. This place was the last. Treated her like garbage, never fed her, and forced her to sleep on the floor like an animal. Jesus. Cashed his way thinking that would put the issue to bed, but now he's back for more. I don't know how to help her through it. Make curry, leave it by her door, and go. Would be the best for Futaba. Fun fact about that saying about blood being thicker than water means the exact opposite of what you'd think. The full thing is like the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb or something like that. See my nephew tomorrow night. He's already 6 months old. Yo, nice. Have fun meeting the little family member.
All right.
I'm going home.
Ooh, that's a big kindness boost. Bye, Coffee Dad. Ba, 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 ba. October 7th, after school. Man, not even showing me, like, go to school or anything. Yusuke on Maruki, which would rank up, on which would rank up. Where are they each at? On's at 6. 8 gets endured. Level 32, I'm level 43. Oof. That is a bit of a level difference there. Where's Maruki? He's like all the way down here because he's added in. Like 4. Oh, 5. Mindfulness. Restore Joker's SP when it is low. Sorry, On. Let's hang out with the good therapist. Where is he? Is he in the practice building? Yep, there he is.
Welcome.
Apparently things are really heating up.
Thank you so much.
Ba-da-ba.
Now.
Look at what's on the table. Snacks! Cookies in the underground mall. Now we can have a little break. Kind of fancy cookies too. Ooh! I could just take cash. That looks great. I'll take some cookies.
Oh, yes.
Grab 2 containers and put the same kind of cookies in both of them. Put only 1 cookie, but the other one is filled with cookies. 10 of them. Try cookies from each container and ask how their tastes compare. These were marked as tasting better. Scarcity breeds better taste?
Right.
Hey. Snacks. Hopefully you have a chance to get it soon, Rouse. Even a simple preconception can be enough to bring someone more joy.
For example,
subjective truth of your reality. Could help a lot of people, maybe even more than I could help through counseling. I feel like psychology is one of those, like, fields of study that if, you know, college was free and jobs weren't a thing that needed to happen in this society, I would gladly just spend my time learning about. Always end up going back to my research. Probably that and astronomy. Just like interesting stuff to learn about.
All right.
Donut
Well,
worry.
see you.
Donuts. Donuts actually sound really good. It's been a bit since I've had some donuts.
Ah, you're back.
Ooh, dart set. Someone could take you to, play darts, Taba. Takemi's there. Oh, I'm bipolar type 2. I can see how figuring that out about yourself would make, a psychology class probably a bit more intense.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, let's play darts. What does playing darts with Futaba do?
Well done.
She doesn't have like a the hand slap swap party members thing going on. Makoto, Yusuke, and Futaba, huh? Alright.
Hey, hey. I'm okay.
Oh god, this has motion
Let it
controls.
and you'll regret it.
As I remembered last second. Any challenges I can try and go for? I don't even fully remember what the whole challenge things do, but too slow. God.
Yep.
Slightly too slow.
Leave it to me.
She fucking jumps to reach the high five. Couldn't go for like a down low. Alright, well, she can nail the triple spots well.
Your turn now. Yep. Oh.
There's at least one triple 20. Oh, damn it.
Leave it to me.
The target is a pumpkin.
Huh? What?
I don't know what that means, but I said it. I seem to have thrown her off her groove with that comment.
You've got this. Your turn now.
$41, huh? Ooh. I didn't think about that sideways. Whoops. Sure.
I'm okay.
I deserve a little bullying on that one.
Sweat it and you'll regret it.
My brain kind of forgot the whole, hey, make sure and keep track of the side to side. Oh my god. Just go for the bullseye. I don't know why I always go for this, even if it scores more. There we go. God.
Leave it to me.
Man, I don't know how she decides which triple to go for, but damned if she doesn't always hit it.
Your turn now.
God.
Oh. Leave it to me.
Don't tell her it looks like a pumpkin.
I see.
In one. There we go.
Oh. I have a favor to ask.
Hell yeah, Makoto. Have I not actually played darts with you, Makoto? God. Third eye in the real world.
All right then.
I think I know how to use third eye in billiards, but no one ever wants to play that.
That went really well.
Ah.
Okay.
That was the perfect time to do it. Damn it. Oh, 100. I got a Lowton.
All right. I'll give it a try.
This is just like the simulations. I reference Futaba again. Did Futaba really take off her boots so that she could gremlin pose on that stool? That is fucking... Oh, Makoto! I don't think I've seen anyone miss the dartboard until then.
Calm down. I'll leave it to you.
Those boots can't be easy to take off. They're, you know, full boots.
That went really well. For real?
Is there really nowhere I can get a 25 on this? Well, that's annoying. I have stressed myself out with this choice.
I see. I'll give it a try.
You got this. Just gotta get the 5.
Don't tell me.
Deep breath.
I see.
There you go.
Incredible. Yes, I feel great.
Dope. Alright, who wants next? Oh, that was it, because we had to do twice with Futaba, right? I have max proficiency. Can't I get, like, a bonus with the darts or something?
That should do it for now. All right, then.
Meanwhile, Yusuke was also here. With Futaba did something. I know, right? They really couldn't figure out, like, some little bonus to give you for it. Oh, we could rank up with Ryu? Who? Guess let's go to the arcade.
Hey.
Alright, kid. Belphegor.
Hey.
I'll let you have the course for free.
Let's go.
I think I have a few day-old Big Bang Burgers, if you want.
Phew.
Really? I took the kid here, not Big Bang Burger?
Well.
Eraser crumbs to my lunch, though, so I won that round. Oh. You're... No, you're being bullied. You... nothing. Now's not the right time.
Oh.
Kind of annoying having to watch my back all the time, though. Sob, sob. Final Fantasy XI is the Dark Souls of Final Fantasy MMOs? God, I can only imagine an early 2000s Final Fantasy MMO. I feel like I've definitely heard of people that enjoyed it, but I really know nothing about that one. Today you lost. That means you'll just have to try harder next time. Now eat up and feel better. You're not mad. You did your best, and that's all that counts. Now no more crying. Are we gonna find out that's not what Shinya's mom is like? She only cares whether he wins or not?
Wrong.
If you lose, it's over. That's what my mom told me. Yep. Classes are taught the way teachers treat students the size of the classes.
Hey!
Since the divorce, my mom's been taking care of me all by herself. She says it's exhausting. My classmates make fun of her and call her a complainer. Told them to stop, they call me a mama's boy. Whew. I'm gonna teach you how to play Gunabout in war. Oh, okay. You know what? That's not as depressing as I thought his family situation was gonna be. Sounds like he still has a rough time at home, but it's not, you know, the worst that's happened in this game so far.
All right.
If you die, you level down, sometimes fully depending on how far you are from leveling up. God, that is rough.
Later.
I can somewhat see the Dark Souls comparison at least. Made hamburger steak in a while. She seems super busy, so not much I can do, I guess. Alright. Maybe it is a bit depressing.
Ah, you're back.
with Takemi or Kawakami. Pick her up. Like, I'm sorry, Takemi, but I don't know if I really get a bonus with hanging out with you anymore. I need my bonuses. You know what? Real quick, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna hang out with Takemi just to see what happens. Then I'm probably gonna reload and hang out with Kawakami so I get my bonus. Hey.
Hey.
The Ferris wheel, sure.
Ready? Hey.
Do not fly. Really, a warning in the Ferris wheel not to jump? Jesus. It is a beautiful view, and also the city's nice. Should we try shaking this?
Wow.
Do something like... Oh, just stare. Sure. I think I actually got this for you, and I just never had a chance to give it.
I'm grateful.
Hey.
Let's go home.
So does that get me or anything, or did I just get to hang out with the hot doctor lady? Just gotta hang out with the hot doctor lady, okay. Doesn't matter. I'm reloading anyway to hang out with the teacher.
All right.
Spreading the legend of Joker, the MILF hunter, everywhere. Oh, god damn it. Listen, I'll actually hang out in a little bit, Futaba, but for now, just gonna fucking bash through this so that I can... I'm apparently choosing all the right answers. I need to remember to just choose the top answer when we actually do this. Be a bit older to be MILFs. Probably.
Ah, you're back.
I'll admit, I'm not 100% sure how old Takemi really is, but... neither her or Kawakami seem that old. Or at least mothers. Well, technically, probably, but... I don't think anyone pays that much attention to that part of it. Anyway, hey, Kawakami.
Hey! Thank you so much!
Hey, Kawakami, I have a doctor I want you to see for that cough. Give me back my money. I will give you the money for the doctor, Kawakami. Fish vegetables, none of that instant stuff.
Besides, I'm,
also request Kawakami to make curry or infiltration tools for you. Hey, Kawakami, could you make me, like, 10 lockpicks, please? Thanks. No, don't ask what it's for. Maybe some Molotovs?
I'll see you later
Stun
then.
guns? Do you know how to make stun guns? Air cannons? Got some cough medicine that works. There you go. Get these headaches and shivers. You sound sick. We invented energy drinks. Just gotta chug one, push through. Oh my god. You train wreck. Out of everyone I was debating... Out of everyone I thought maybe you would end up pity dating, I did not think it would be your teacher.
All right.
Subtle facial expressions, even the little wrinkles on the clothes. What do we got in the background? Some cool space stuff, a little Dragon Quest slime, double-decker bus. Get sushi 10 times with that kind of money. Apparently, gun guy is here. I don't want to say he's Yakuza, but make eye contact, okay? Don't worry so much. Should have stuck with the top answers. Hey, UI.
Yo.
Sounds complicated. Not like him in a place to judge. I guess you could say that. You know it? See I'm gonna buy wares here. Kind of a second floor display case. Barrel shape and even the metal texturing was perfect. Kind of authenticity is hard to find. Got plenty more models for someone who can appreciate them. Bye, UI. Scary looking, but he seems like a nice guy. Yeah! See? Things aren't that bad. Just gotta let all the anxiety go away.
Ah, you're back.
Yeah. Alright, we have some people to hang out with. Could go on the date with Takemi that didn't happen now. UI, Yoshida. Chihaya. I do kind of want to up Chihaya's stuff just because I am interested in her little side story. What else we got? Camo customization at 3, so I wouldn't get anything this time. Oh no, wait, that's oh. Is it, oh yeah. I think I combined their two names in my head. Oh, that's Chihaya. Okay. In my brain, it was like Ohaya. Well, it's not that useful this late in the game, but, you know. So the other one was the sun, the sky. Chances an enemy giving you a rare item. It's not bad. Yeah, let's go say hi to her. Whoops. Misclicked. Nope, I don't want to be here. Go again later. I know, I misclicked Morgana. Any new books?
What do you want?
Nope.
Yep. Oh.
Empress card keeps appearing.
Well then.
Yeah, just hang out with her. Ba 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 da da. The latest trend. Here. Computer can only do so much. Fair. It's been a little bit since I looked at Game Pass. I wonder if they have anything I'd like.
Goodbye.
Or the games with gold. I don't know the last time I checked that. Health and Sports Day. Apparently. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-da-da.
Hey.
So how's my plane doing?
Hey, hey!
Oh.
Whoa.
Look at that big boost!
Yes!
On could rank up. Futaba's hanging out. Shinya's hanging out. On or chill with Futaba? We can chill with Futaba. That said, we have one day before the thing happens, so guess let's save.
Yo!
Improve my proficiency if I read the computer magazines. Be a good chance to deepen my bond with her. Well, if the main bonus for doing this is maxing out the skill that I already have fully maxed, is it really worth doing? Oh, that's good, Ross. Glad the surgery went well. Hopefully everything ends up all right. Especially if the doc's optimistic. That's a good sign. Yeah, why not?
Right.
Something special. A two-handed mouse? Why? Built your own PC? Yeah.
Huh? What?
More of a techie than I thought. CPU did you use? Well, if you look down at the bottom of the stream in the panels, it should show the different parts of my PC I used. I think. Maybe. I don't remember what panels I have. Gonna be honest. It's been a little late. Overclock? No. Cooling's a bunch of fans. Yeah, that bit doesn't matter. His proficiency's maxed.
That's... Hey... Really?
I think that was essentially asking if I wanted to make this heat up 2 time
Yep,
slots. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. You know, last time I did the Sojiro thing, let's try my own style. I don't think she approved. Oh, I apparently made it quite spicy. Fire curry.
Not bad.
Curry.
Bye now.
That's a thing. Aha! I did something. We'll be holding an urgent press
Guess
conference.
Okumura has to at least lift some.
8 p.m. tonight. Should you come in through the front entrance, see you all there after school?
If he's still asleep at this point, he's definitely going to be late for school.
Yusuke? Betraying us? Yusuke, you bitch. What are you doing? I'm on to you. Oh, we have exams in a week? Okay.
I just remembered.
Two shapes names appropriate to their appearance.
You.
Boba and the other Kiki. I have heard of this. That would be Boba.
This is it.
Yes.
Sounds like Kane to your link to a spiky image. According to one theory, sounds and shapes are processed in the same area of the brain. Sense is the same worldwide, no matter the language, the result is the same. I actually knew that one.
Nice going.
I didn't think they were gonna ask what that test was called, and I don't know if that has a name. But yeah.
All right. It's finally lunchtime.
Hey, can I
cats
speak with
eat
you for
bread?
a moment? So about Dr. Maruki's
Seems
counseling.
like something that might gum
You've
them
already
up
gone
in
to
bad
see him,
ways.
right?
Sometimes animals have reactions to food you wouldn't exactly guess. Yeah, I've seen him a fair
see.
amount.
I'm sure you're aware, but Dr. Maruki's term here will be ending pretty soon.
Oh,
The
is that
higher-ups
true?
told me
Uh-oh,
to make
I've only got
sure
him to
you've
rank
received
5.
adequate counsel. Be sure to visit him so you don't bring any.
Counseling. But anyway, bring on the. Senpai, so nice to see you.
Hey, Kasumi.
It's going wonderfully. Are you also about to? If it's all right with you.
Sure.
Ah, how nice to see you
Also,
two.
hello, Maruki.
Oh, would you like to join us for lunch?
Are you sure? Well... is that... That doesn't really...
I have to eat this much to stay active. From my point of view, it's your... if you're going to strengthen your body, you have to eat right.
That's fair.
And you're right, yours does look You know, you seem to be giving off a different vibe lately.
Yes, I was able to put my problems...
Ah, so that's what
Hey.
it is.
I'm sorry.
Oh, not at all. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised.
Well, it's all thanks to... I suppose you could say they gave me a reason to rethink things. Isn't that right?
You better be grateful. Alright, calm down.
Stand up to... You've grown to be very strong, you...
I'm sorry for talking so much. Thanks for the food.
Itadakimasu.
Oh, I forgot. I should get going.
Alright, bye.
Yoshizawa-san really does seem to have found her footing. She seemed absolutely tormented about her situation just the other. I have to say, this drastic change is. Looks like time's up. See you around.
I have the feeling this press conference is going to be very interesting.
So you're the one who grew these, Senpai?
You can just call me Haru. The seasons are changing soon, so I thought it'd be nice for the plants to change as well. This time, it's a Yusuke Kitagawa production.
All I did was add some... how do I put it? Furthermore, Haru chose the flowers herself. It will surely be a great bed no matter the arrangement.
Why don't we plant you, Mona? Weren't you a shut-in until just recently? You'd better photosynthesize while you're here.
Well, let's get...
Perhaps the snapdragon.
That's not good.
Hey, you know how we're thinking of the school festival as our celebration? Anyone else think we should have a real celebration on top of...
I must agree. It would be not only a celebration, but a welcoming as well.
Let's do it then. A joint...
Oh,
Hey.
you don't have to do that.
We'll
The
see how
school
much
festival is
she
more
feels
than
like
enough.
partying once her dad
How is
dies.
everyone else supposed to get excited if the star of the party's...
Well then, how about a night party at Destinyland?
Disneyland?
By Destinyland, do you mean that...
It would be a bit late, but
Disney
there are some plans that
World.
allow us to rent out the park for the night.
The entire... You're talking about the Destinyland, right?
Didn't you say you'd like to do
It's nearly
something
1
amongst
a.m. for the
ourselves?
second time tonight. I should leave. Have a good night, Title. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you
on,
get
I'll
some
go
good
check.
sleep. Time change don't throw you off too much.
She really thinks like a celebrity.
The heck's she gonna check?
Rich girl buying out
it looks
Disneyland for a night.
You're really gonna have it at Destinyland? Not like one of the restaurants.
Even just for one night, the price is insane!
Oh, that won't. We had originally booked it for a company party. We'd barely get anything back if we cancel the reservation.
Wouldn't that be oddly conspicuous, though?
It's still officially under the company.
In that case, we'll just celebrate.
I'm sorry for disrupting everyone. You did come to help me after all.
So, for real?
She gonna get the news of her dad dying in Disneyland?
That was delicious.
The food was
fucking
arranged on my
Mickey
plate
is
as though it
too.
were paint on a canvas.
The staff brought out this table and food just for us, huh?
I thought if we were going to dine together,
The VIP. Not that I'd expect anything else from a private rental.
There really is no one else here.
Crazy.
We are the rulers of the Kingdom of Dreams.
We can ride Thunder
Is
Mountain
this
so many
lighting just for our
times.
sake as well.
that's right.
It's
It's not as beautiful as... That's the kind of stuff...
Almost anyone would fall for that line in front of a site like this.
Lady on.
Shut up, Morgana.
Fine, you guys are getting way too...
Alright,
You
thank you
say
for
that like
stopping
you're
the
not tapping
simping,
into your inner
Ryuji.
child too,
I
Ryuji.
appreciate that.
This is just because food...
I did not.
You said something like... What was...
My, this is so...
Honestly, I would have liked to see the parade as, but given how sudden the request was,
That's fair.
Perhaps that will have to...
Either way, this party's totally the best one.
Yeah.
I'm glad to
Renting out all of
Be
Disneyland
careful,
just for
Haru.
like a
You've shown
10-person
these
party?
guys what
Crazy.
luxury means. This'll really raise the bar for our next celebration party.
You're already talking about our next party? Don't you think that's somewhat
You're kidding. That party will be for me. Still, I met Mona-chan. It's actually a... You worry too much.
That's a depressing outlook that's unfortunately going to be
cautious
reinforced
because
soon.
of my circumstances. I'm sorry for...
Hey, isn't it almost...
Oh,
Father.
Are we going to get full anime for this? Nope.
Thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to gather here. Today, I'd like to elaborate upon the whole truth behind my company's labor situation. How my employees were forced to work under severe conditions. How lax we were with sanitation. And how my corporation acted as a whole to cover up every facet of this scandal. For all of this, I wholeheartedly apologize.
So are you saying all of this was done under your orders?
Trophy.
Yes, I am solely responsible.
We heard that dozens of your employees were forced to resign due to mysterious illness. Furthermore, these happened to be officials who stood against your proposal for overseas expansion. The same thing also happened to executives at competing companies who were looking to expand abroad. Is all of this true?
Yes.
Was it all coincidence? We'd like some answers.
About that, I have a critical piece of information to announce here today.
Here it comes. Okumura is going to say who's really behind the mental shutdowns.
Okumura-san?
Yikes!
Father?
Why did he collapse? That didn't look right at all. Don't tell me.
Mona-chan, what's going on? No, that's impossible. I want to know that myself. We made sure we just took the treasure, too. I should call home.
This isn't our fault, is it? It's been okay all 4 times so far, ever since Kamoshida.
If we let the shadow live, the real person won't undergo mental shutdown, right?
That's how it should work.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
What's wrong?
This is the same. I remember now. It's just like what happened to my mom.
So this is the moment when mental shutdown occurs.
But why did they target Okumura-san?
Damn it!
Because
What the
he
hell's
knew.
going on here?
My God. Someone with a brain cell. Think of
I
it.
have to go. I'll talk to the staff before I leave.
Haru!
This ain't our fault, right?
I'd like to think so.
Some welcoming party, huh?
I'll get in contact with Haru later. But for today,
It's been a while. What are you watching? That's...
This is just a hypothesis, but perhaps Okumura was bitten by his lapdog.
Are you implying that the Phantom Thieves triggered a sudden mental shutdown on Okumura?
There might have been a falling out of sorts, so the Phantom Thieves abandoned a useless employer. And to cover their tracks, they dealt with Okumura.
I hate to bring this up, but I'm actually here about that.
Did you find any evidence?
Uh-oh.
Actually, there's a chance that the party behind these aren't the Phantom Thieves, but someone else.
How do you mean? You were suspecting the Phantom Thieves as well.
It is still hypothetical at this point.
We're searching the Okumura residence tomorrow. Same with Shujin and its principal. We will find evidence on this, no matter what it takes.
Uh-oh.
By the way, I wanted to ask you something.
Yes?
You haven't looked at my laptop or taken files from it without my permission, have you?
That's quite out of the blue.
There were traces that someone transferred data from it. It was only a small error pop-up, but I noticed it immediately after I had that argument with you last month.
And that's why you suspect me? Oh, please, give me a break.
Are you saying you didn't?
As a detective myself, I honor the value of information, as well as the effort invested in it. I take pride in what I do. I thought you, of all people, would understand such values, Sai-san.
I apologize. But then, who stole my data? I let they're mine. I'm the one who will catch them.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba. That was all an act, right? Even when he started bleeding from the eyes? Sure. Was the report the only thing that follows is a confirmation of death?
It should have been a... Damn it, this doesn't make any sense. But what are we supposed to do from here on?
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Nice.
Ba-ba-ba. So, hey, smooth velvety voice, you mind giving me some hints?
On your feet, inmate. Our master has an important matter to discuss with you. Heed his words well.
So, dude.
First, I'd like to congratulate you for expelling the one proud of their greed. Or so I'd like to say, but something odd seems to have happened. Who knows? However, don't you sense it? The malicious will of another? It seems a contingency has occurred. At this rate, your rehabilitation cannot be completed, though I doubt that will be the case. I truly look forward to seeing how you overcome this predicament.
Rank 9?
All right.
We shall meet again.
Time's up, inmate.
Well, he didn't exactly give a ton of info there, did he?
Is that true?
Listen this time, okay?
Proletarian literature written by the working class. Midterm starting on Monday. Focus on studying.
We haven't found anything useful as evidence.
I see.
We were hoping to find something more than the calling card, too.
We've confirmed the victim's connection to the Phantom Thieves, at least. Thank you for your cooperation.
Haru, don't snitch.
Speaking. Huh? They found a calling card in the principal's office, too.
Interesting, since we didn't put one there.
Yes. I'm sorry to ask again, but your father hadn't said anything about the Phantom Thief.
That's right.
Please contact me if something catches your attention. It doesn't matter how trivial it seems. You don't have to force yourself, though.
The principal? No one told me about that.
But meanwhile, in the present.
So basically, your group didn't go after Okumura's life.
Nope.
And even the death of Shujin's principal, who we found a calling card for, was the work of another.
Yeah, we didn't mess with him. Guy was an ass,
like
but
you're
you know.
lying. If you wanted to deceive me, you could have easily woven up a much simpler lie than this metaverse. Moreover, your account coincides with my own investigation. And I hate to admit, but with my line of work, I know a false testimony when I hear one.
Sure you do. But,
Still,
you know,
if you set your
I'll
sights
take
on
it.
Okumura based on my intel, it'd be before his name was even ranked. You could have ignored him and targeted some other famous person. Why would you go so far as to further investigate and pursue this criminal? Simple enough. There's still no proof that another suspect exists. That said, it's safe enough to say that you aren't the murdering type.
Oh, up bond. Rank 5.
All right.
But with the subsequent deaths of
What
Okumura
was that
and Shujin's
weird shift
principal,
there?
the public's opinion changed. Pressed to prove your innocence, your next objective was...
Uh-oh.
Is it a side effect? What in the world did the police inject into you? Hey, can you hear me? You need to stay focused.
Uh-oh.
If what you're saying is true, you must tell your side of the story. We'll both be in trouble if your testimony becomes unreliable. Well then, at last we arrive at your most recent crime.
We're finally here.
You know what I mean, don't you? This calling card was delivered to your latest target. It was addressed to Sae Nijima. Myself. Now.
That was your casino? The summary of the story up to this point has been updated.
Let's do it.
Nice.
And I can't leave. Can I mess with anything? Alright, I can mess with stuff. What am I doing on thieves' tools?
What do you want to... Okay.
If I had 5 more liquid mercury, I could have made that perma pick.
What's up?
And let's just play that video game.
Oh! Okay.
Ba-da-ba.
Oh!
Alligator. Snap. Alligator. That open this locker 3, 5, 7, and 9. Okay. Oh, there's 7.
Whoa.
Well, that was nice and easy.
Nice. Yeah.
Ooh, we've jumped down quite a bit on the whole fan site thing. Ooh.
It looks like... Alright.
With
Meanwhile...
this, preparations are finally in place.
Uh-oh, that's not good,
The
probably.
public has praised them as allies of justice before they strike them back to the ground. Now then, she'll be next. Yes, I've already spoken to Human Resources about it. It will be a heavy responsibility, but I'm certain it'd be an honor for her. The culprits behind the mental shutdown cases she's been pursuing all this time. Indeed. They'll become the criminals we've set them up to be, just as you instructed.
It's so... She's the one that called us.
Well, even though things have calmed down... Wait! What's up? People are posting that we killed President Okumura!
Is that really a surprise?
So it's begun already.
What?
Think about it. The CEO collapsed the way he did during an apology conference that our group caught.
Still, they were raving about us so much, and now they just treat us like murderers?
Now they just treat us like murderers? Now that it looks like we killed a guy? Preposterous.
What a lightning-fast change of attitude.
It's like they think we killed someone.
They don't know a damn thing about our situation.
Except that it looks like we killed someone.
Calm down.
Thank
Not
you,
everyone
Makoto.
is necessarily saying that.
But there's no way to vindicate ourselves.
Hey, Haru.
I'm sorry I'm late. I'm the one who asked you all to make time for me. My condolences.
You're all right,
Must be
Haru.
rough. I'm okay. I called it. Did you all target the principal?
Huh? The principal? You mean ours?
Yes. What makes you say that? Yesterday, a public prosecutor came to my home. It was a woman named Nijima-san. I overheard her saying a calling card was found in the principal's office. Considering that this was right after what happened, it's got to be Shujin's.
It's the first I've heard of it.
Doesn't this all seem weird to you? It may just be my imagination, but I feel as if Things are escalating far too quickly after President Okumura's incident.
What do you mean?
Perhaps we may have been set up by the real culprit.
For real?
That could be.
Then we need to catch them as soon as possible.
Hold a moment. Can we assume we've been set up, though? We don't even know their objective.
What else are we supposed to do then?
Let's all calm down for a moment.
Wow, Ryuji not being calm, almost causing a group rift, and getting us in trouble? No, never. Hasn't happened once.
From what Haru said, even the police are suspecting that the Phantom Thieves are murderers. It wouldn't be wise to carelessly make a move at the moment. We need to act as normal students for now. In addition, we have midterms next week.
Exams? At a time like this? I envy you, Futaba. Futaba?
Got something on my mind. Gonna go home and look into it.
Alright.
I wonder what that could be. At any rate, we need to behave and not draw attention to ourselves. Understood?
You know, Haru's dad dying is getting us to hover around 69% on the fan site, though. Don't fucking murder people. God.
For real?
Yeah, no one else could make calling cards. Ridiculous. No matter what happens, I'm going to support them. Listen, you happen to be correct in this case, Mishima, but quite often people like you are the problem with
Mishima
these
is a bit
kinds of things.
narrow-sighted, but he's a good person deep down.
Am I allowed to do things? Like... Whoops. I don't watch a fucking movie. Actually make some, like, coffee.
Hey!
Yo.
Oh, I forgot I could be calling Kawakami to make coffee. Oh, that would save me quite a bit of time and I'd have a lot more SP refills. Oh well.
Whoa.
Yes! Alright.
Master coffee. And a little bit of charm. Sup?
Let me explain.
Mocha is a port in the Republic of Yemen, where both Yemeni coffee and Ethiopian mocha harar are exported. Moniker Mocha. Mocha coffee has a unique spicy flavor and a strong aroma with blackberry notes.
Well then.
Ooh, falling more.
Bless that girl. Were you...
Ba 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 ba.
Impossible.
Meanwhile, at school... Public murder, huh? If you're gonna say that, at least say public execution. Make it sound like we Viva la France, Tim. Ex-mercenary who works as an assassin is hiding under the Shibuya underground? Everyone's gotta work! Killing people is not okay. His name is Yohei Kiritani. Alright, I'm fine with heading into Mementos today. It'll also give me a moment to,
Let's do it.
grab my persona. Now that it's done. Let me actually take a short bathroom break, though. Okay. So 2 mementos then.
We're all here.
Oh, I can't until Haru's around? Do that after we meet up with Haru. Well, god damn it. Well, I guess I can't do that right now, so... I still need to go get my persona.
Hey, inmate!
How fair?
I'll take care of him. Taking it out already? Looks even stronger now. You want to let it out?
Resist ice. That is its weakness. Might extend those gun skills soon, but... Real quick. Let me see what that Tetraja skill is. P5R Tetraja. Principality and Clotho, eh?
Time for some rehabilitation. Let's execute him. Let us begin the search.
Anubis and the Neko Shogun? Fuck, those are both ones I want. Do I have... I have Principality, right?
You change your mind? You'd like to read the companion registration? Are you sure? These are the paths you have walked.
And P. Yes.
The inmate needs our guide. Let's execute him. Gather
So what's
them.
the next one of these I can get? Bugs. I need a Haridi.
What path do you want? You okay with this? Not terrible, but not impressive. You okay with this? You okay with this?
Belphegor and Lilim, eh?
You okay with this? I see. A strong persona indeed.
Yeah, so there's like a few 44s I might be able to snag. Okay, but real quick. I need to make this. I will want my Anubis and Neko Shogun back, probably.
You okay with this? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
I don't know why it matters.
It will receive some new.
I'm going to immediately electric chair it. Hey, girl.
I see. A strong looks pretty tough. You okay with this? You change your
Should
mind.
register
Justine,
her.
you handle this.
I should have. Oh, thought I registered. Makes
The
sense.
inmate
Anyway.
needs they will be reborn anew.
Oh, right.
You change your
And I
mind,
need
Justine.
Principality.
You handle this. These are the paths you have walked.
%41 of them.
This persona? A fee is required. Then accept this persona. Time for some rehabilitation.
Alright,
They will
now that
be
I have it.
reborn anew.
I guess I need... Oh, damn it, I didn't read right. I need Clotho.
Power requires sacrifice. Do not expect much power from this.
Strengthen you with you.
This is a power. This may be a bit gruesome.
I don't think I've seen this one yet, so we'll do it. I might have seen it once, though. Hey. So apparently I need cloth, though.
You wish to...
What path do you want?
Finished for...
Justine, you handle this.
These are the paths you have walked. You'll withdraw this persona and accept this persona. The inmate needs our guidance.
Some modification.
It seems it will become a skill card.
This
Goodbye.
shall be the now be
Alright, we skipped
reborn.
this one, though. 'Cause it's way too much flashing lights.
Done already? What?
Oh my god, please. Thank you.
Do you need something? Now, it would seem... Yes.
What?
I'd like to know the truth. This mysterious list seems to have foretold the current state of affairs.
Yeah.
Manage the inmate's power via several arcana, which symbolize the mystic nature of the world. Counter we share with him is represented by the strength arcana. Great power, mighty will, and the awakening of the unknown. Been the only one to have had something awakened within him. Perhaps therein lies the answer. Well, it's just some random schmuck to us now. I don't know who can find the answer we're looking for. You got that? Strength.
All right.
Listen up, inmate.
Now.
Hecaton Keres with Masakunda.
Okay.
What all else can we fuse?
The inmate needs our...
Let's execute him.
Let us begin the search.
Belphegor and White Rider for an Atropos.
You okay with this?
Sure.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive some new power.
Hold on. Yeah.
It will receive some... My.
Die Soul.
Not terrible, but not impressive.
There's some lights, eh? Lachesis and Lilum. Well, I'm
You
not
okay
really
with
gonna
this?
use either of
Select
those, so
the skills
sure.
you'd like to inherit.
It will receive significant... Girls, let us begin.
Howdy, old timer. Cerberus.
Looks pretty tough.
I can't help but notice Cerberus only has one head.
I
Pale
see.
Rider.
A strong persona indeed. I see. A
Hello,
strong
ma'am.
persona indeed.
Kali's attendants eat human flesh and gather at graveyards and crematories each night. Their name means Sky Dancer. The Red Rider, Daisoju, and Kaiwan.
Not terrible, but not impressive.
I do kind of want all
Not
the four
terrible,
horsemen,
but
will
not
admit.
impressive.
Daisoju and Atropo for power.
You okay with
Hellbiker and Byako. Oh,
Not
I don't want to
terrible,
get rid of
but
Byako,
not
though.
impressive.
I will need one of those at some point,
You okay
though.
with this?
Daisoju and Thunderbird.
Not terrible,
Daisoju
but not
and
impressive. You okay with
Euphorus.
this?
Right, so she's even more light, but kind of more, perhaps, not offensive.
You okay
know
with
what?
this?
Sure.
Select the skills you'd like
Sorry,
to
old
inherit.
timer. I can't get Samsara from the old timer? What's that do?
Fusion.
High chance of bless insta-kill to all foes. Yeah. I guess that's just too good and I can't inherit it.
Let us begin the search.
Still taking
You
it.
okay with this? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Oh, that trains SP, huh? Full restore. Well, she's got healing, though, so...
It will receive now for a rebirth.
Okuninushi.
I see. A strong persona indeed.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir, I mean.
Looks pretty tough.
I think I got
Fusion.
enough out of all that. What do you two make? You I just had in case I need defense, and I think I just grabbed you
I
for
see.
fun, so I'll
Select
actually
the
combine
skills
you
you'd
two.
like to inherit.
It will receive significant. Girls, let us begin.
Alright, what we got? Level 48.
I see. You okay with this? Looks pretty tough.
God of the Shinano region from before the forces of Yamato occupied the land. The Pale Rider. Well then. Oh yeah, I forgot I had
Well,
network
how's
fusion.
this gonna go?
I didn't end up with a Fohumana. Quetzalcoatl, Lilith. Oh, so many fun things.
Finished
anyone
for now?
I want to
You'd
summon
like to read the
back?
compendium?
I honestly have no clue what I have
Time
right
for
now.
some you wish to perform. Now
I just kind of went crazy with it. Alright, I've got some light. I've got a fucking mess with fucking Skullface. I have also a mess with the tiger. Alright, so we have light. We have fire, curse, nuke. Okay, so we're missing ice, lightning, wind, psychic. We have ice, lightning, kind of done there. We have a falling behind wind now. We don't really have psychic.
Let us begin the search. Not
Kind of
terrible,
psychic-y
but
in
not
here.
impressive. Not terrible. You okay with this? You okay
Mad
with
psychic makes sense, but seemingly no.
this? I see. A strong persona in... I see. A strong persona indeed. Looks pretty tough.
I won't
Finished for
resummon
now?
anyone right
Done
now.
already? What?
It's really the first moment I can. I'm gonna just
No slacking off.
hop back into Mementos. I should be able to grab some stuff from
It's really coming down.
the same level Haru's dad was at. Yusuke wants to hang out, Maruki wants to hang out. Seemingly I'm timed on Maruki at this point, so let's hang out with him. I have no idea though. Why didn't I see Makoto anywhere? What's she saying? No.
Do you like the rain?
I do like the rain.
It's open. Be careful, okay?
Yo.
Okay, Coffee Dad wants to hang out, and will rank up. Angelic kindness to bridge the gap between those two. Well, fuck.
Let's do it.
Whoops. Well. Guess we'll hang out with Oya. Clearly need to work on our PR right now anyway.
Oh, honey.
Then take a seat. Well then.
Ooh.
This sucks.
Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Nope. Fuck. I have full proficiency. No way in hell you can hit me now. Come on. nose itches.
Hey, are you listening?
I wish if you had max proficiency, you would catch it. That'd be pretty dope.
Hey!
I wonder if instead of hanging out with Oya, if I had finished that game, would have helped. Need to up my kindness after all. Maruki will rank up. Again, seems like that's limited. Well, I have a feeling a lot of this is limited at this point. But he's the one they've specifically seemed to have given me a time limit on, so...
Hello. Ah, yes.
Soon we won't be able to talk like this anymore. Yeah?
So... Thank you. Let's head out now.
Everyone comes to this cafe.
You see... Thank you.
Ming Sprites tries even when we do find some miraculous way of healing psychological wounds, but the way things are now, I can only save the people directly within my reach. Can't even speak up and let that pain out. Painful, cruel, bitter world. Only so much one individual can do to fight against that. Just isn't enough.
You know,
I don't think it's enough that I can just help people around me, a few people out of billions, when I help more people overcome their suffering. Infinitely diverse ways, in turn we have infinite methods by which we try to retreat it. Like I said earlier, people who need help desperately but can't ask for it, they can't even share their pain. Be enough to finally beat trauma, and I guess that's what I ultimately realized. Because you have to really listen to each individual person, right? It'd be better if there was some way to really understand everyone's cognitions more quickly and accurately. As the collective unconscious. Truly understanding all people's hearts is beyond human capability.
Oh!
Conscious, their senses are shared subconsciously.
Sorry.
Well, seems like it was a good idea to talk to him.
All right. All right then.
If I'm gonna be able to finish that little side quest before the end of the game, or he leaves or whatever. Breathing pervert. all sorts of people. Ugh. So many people to hang out with. Catchy. EY would rank up, but let's do a Catchy.
It's somewhere.
No offense to Haru, but can she hurry up and get over her whole dad's death thing so I can go back to Mementos?
What do you want to do?
Thank you.
I'd greatly appreciate it. I don't think I have anything for Akechi.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Comfy jacket.
Yo.
Hey.
Ba, 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 ba. Still haven't gone to that maid cafe. I saw a maid there. Made me think of it. All sorts of people blowing up my phone. Around when exams in. Got it.
Haru, she's the one who should be in pain right now. Well then. Nice.
Let's see, Futaba wants to hang out, and that will rank up. Han and Ryuji want to hang out, they'll rank up. Koda would rank up. God, not up charming enough. I guess Futaba? Why not? No, I guess she's outside. Ba-da-ba-da-da.
Yo. Okay, rehabilitation time. All right.
Funny. Also going through rehabilitation right now. Whoops, what was that? Go somewhere with lots of people. Akihabara rewards revenge of the Futaba.
Hmm?
Hey, hey.
Sure was a real pro. Isn't Mari though? He's got a particularly pervy view on art. Sale at the PC section. 3 terabytes for only 500 yen. Wow. $5 for 3 terabytes? What the fuck? What kind of sale is that? I'm assuming a hard drive, but who knows? A home appliance section. Oh, she's fine.
Hmm? Oh.
Hey. Did it.
All right.
All right.
Ba, 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 ba.
Okay, going home.
Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba.
Ah, you're back.
Going to go back to school starting tomorrow. Sorry for worrying all of you until now. Alone, I did doubt you all a tiny bit. I mean, I can't blame you.
Haru. I'm not still, despite how she looks.
Yeah, also you might want to, like, chat with Futaba, considering she also, you know, lost a parent to this kind of nonsense. Just saying, you two share something in common. UI, Yoshida, Chihaya. Most interesting of all those. I bet EY seems to have an interesting story with him. It's just, I don't know his personality at all. Considering we've, like, only just now finally gotten to talk to him at all.
The thing is...
Yeah, that's good, Chihaya.
What?
Fukurai-san. Fukurai? I like fortune telling. Uh-huh. The chairman of the ADP. Assembly of the Divine Power, huh? Healing events and seminars. Sell the holy stones, huh? Started falling behind on your holy stone sales quotas. Ah. I love multi-level marketing schemes, also known as pyramid schemes. Slash cult. When you arrived here from the countryside, lost and confused. Working in a seedy club with no place to turn. Yeah, everyone called you a monster. Tricked into walking into one, though.
But...
I forgot I was going on a fake date and started trying to learn more, like a usual RPG, instead of just saying what the person wants to hear.
Until next time.
And helping a lot of people work on their independence right now. Oh, we didn't drop down in the rankings this time. We're hovering around 50%.
Phantom Thieves have gone off the deep end, don't you think? I thought they were gonna change that CEO's heart, but they ended up killing him instead.
Haven't people been saying they killed Principal Kobayakawa too? I thought they were bad, but I never expected they'd turn out to be murderers.
Oh man, does this mean anyone who gets targeted is screwed?
Quiet down. I'll now be handing out your exam booklets.
Alright, how much do I remember of the past however long with the old,
well,
things?
Shall we begin?
I think it was 32.
Ooh, we can do this!
Yep.
E. I remember the stupid soccer ball thing.
You're still rooting for the Phantom Thieves? You know they're murderers, right?
That doesn't mean that
Bandwagon
criminals should be
and
left to do
student.
whatever they want.
Still, couldn't they have at least left the principal to the police? And I mean, did you see that press conference? No way Allies of Justice would do that.
I wonder if Akechi-kun has been right all along.
He's so admirable, sticking to his guns even though so many people were against him.
That's enough. If you don't quiet down, I'll have to ask you to leave. Now, everyone.
Oh man, we're still going through this, huh? Conducted executions, not made the device.
Ooh, we can do this! Ooh, we can do this!
I remember my stuff. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da.
The Phantom Thieves have gotta be students here, right? I mean, they killed our principal. Isn't this insane?
Now that you mention it, there was a guy in Shibuya who...
For real?
Oh crap. I snapped a pic, so I should probably put it online just in case.
Can't wait for that to end up being Ryuji. And I just let the cops take
Okay,
them because
class, let's
he
get
fucking
started.
deserves it. And then we just ratch out on all of us.
Ooh, we can do this! Ooh, we can do this!
Oh, I'm glad I seem to have remembered all this.
Nice!
Wait, what even was that one? I think I missed the first, like, thing. Last day of his exams. You've seen all these before. You got this, right? Alright, well.
The police. Yeah, seems
I
like
got
it's
them
for
all
real
right,
this time.
so.
Apparently one of our students... Seriously? I read the same thing online.
Ryuji get caught. God, what is my face itch so much? Like a hair just messing with my face or something?
It's open. Welcome.
Huh? Excuse me?
I need to be modest
You
here.
have my thanks.
So, did that, huh?
Well...
Think of all of that in that
Quite.
way. I don't like I have to talk right now.
Yes.
I feel like I could sit and enjoy some tea with. Even my family's always focused solely on work.
see.
Yes.
Tight dinners at work-related events.
I see.
Extend this tea time much longer than I had intended.
I suppose plans. Oh, I know. You should.
I will go help Haru.
Oh, you, heard that, didn't you? I'm not worried about the garden. In case you were wondering. It's just... so much has happened to me lately. Well, perhaps I could share this with you. I mean, it would be nice to have someone who is... The source of my worries is my father's company, dealing with the aftermath. Given how unexpected the accident was, my father didn't have a will. All of his stocks transferred to me. Which means suddenly, I'm the biggest shareholder in a company of over 1,000 employees.
Yeah?
But I don't know the first thing about business direction. Yes, I may be the president's daughter, but I never anticipated I'd end up involved in company
At least
matters.
it all went to you, and there wasn't like some legal snafu where
Lately,
you
I've
get
been meeting
nothing.
with all the various officers and lawyers my father and they've been giving me advice on all the things I'm not entirely sure about. It's clear some people only want to get on my good side, though. I don't know who I can trust. They try to sound comforting by saying things like, it feels like they're really only being nice so they can get their hands on my bank account.
Yeah?
I never realized... I feel as though doing the only people I've consulted up to this, but I think what I really needed was...
Fair.
If it... In return, what can I don't... How about, you know, gardening? A few years ago, I even managed to grow a tropical... To be honest, this is what I do... Oh, that's right. I stored some... You still have some time, yes? I grew these right here in these very planters and harvested them myself. There's not much consistency to their
Yeah, still good.
Either way, speaking of which, I'd like to get Sakura-san's opinion on my vegetable. Do you think I could bring my next harvest or...
Sure.
Thank you. I'll make sure this next harp.
Doesn't realize that she's in a hard spot, just shits on all their vegetables like they're garbage. God.
Congrats on surviving midterms.
I think I'm screwed for real this time.
Everyone's opinions, and in order to make that natural course of action a reality.
Again?
More importantly, what's this you want to talk about?
You said that something was on your mind before.
The Medjed that I banned wasn't the real one.
Neat.
Huh?
Oh, the guy who called himself Medjed after me isn't the one from the other day.
What do you mean?
The code written by that guy the other day is different from any of the past Medjed.
And that means...
A code is like your fingerprints. No matter how you try to disguise it, your own quirks appear in it.
I mean,
The
I
one
can
from the other
somewhat see
day
that,
was
but
all
at the
cut
same
and pasted
time,
with no
sure.
consistency. No skill at all.
But aren't there multiple people across the world that are part of Medjed? Couldn't it have been done by someone that joined recently?
How do I put it? That code was so not done by anyone interested in. At the very least, there's no way it was an official Medjed member.
So someone used the Medjed name to provoke the Phantom Thieves?
Could they have been doing it for fun? It was around the time our group started getting popular.
Wait a moment, what if it's the other... Perhaps they used the Medjed name to make the Phantom Thieves known.
What? That makes no sense!
I actually thought the same as Makoto.
Alright, the two smartest people in the
Why is
group
that?
thought so. No offense to
Know how
Haru, I
just
don't know
said
how
that
smart
code is
you
like,
are at this
I
point.
found those same fingerprints somewhere completely different.
Where's that?
The Phantom Aficionado website. There were traces of it being
Mishima?
illegally tampered with.
For real?
For summer vacation, the access counter was made to be much higher than the actual number. Same with the rankings. Particularly the time when President Okumura ranked first.
Interesting.
So then, the one who provoked the group, and the one who tampered with the...
I think I'm starting to see the big picture. Both Medjed's provocation and the tampering of the website brought attention to us as a result. On top of that, our reason for targeting Okumura was influenced by the public and the rankings. The perfect timing and the perfect target. If both of those had been set up...
It would all make sense.
So the culprit was planning to put the blame on us from the No way!
This is all hypothetical. We lack any hard evidence.
Hell of a
But
coincidence
if
if
all
it
your
wasn't,
deductions happen
though.
to be correct, that would mean we've been playing right into their hand for the past 2 months or so.
We gotta be overthinking things.
Why,
I mean,
Ryuji?
we're talking both the rankings and Medjed. Everyone made a big deal about it. If this was all set up, then what kind of guy did we make an enemy of?
Someone real spooky, like Medjed was supposed to be.
There's no point in getting anxious over speculation. Regardless, we'll be falsely charged at this rate, and with murder.
But we don't even know who we're up against.
Hey, you think we're falling into another trap, even at this very moment?
Yeah, this doesn't mean that we've lost. Even if this is the actions of a meticulous enemy, we'll just have to get back at them. We need to find clues, no matter what.
Meanwhile, at Evil,
I was told you recommended this reassignment yourself, sir. Why would you choose someone as inexperienced as myself?
When the case of the Shujin principal was ruled a suicide, you thought to reopen it. And you proved its connection to the Phantom Thieves. This is based primarily on that achievement.
I'm honored, sir.
The Phantom Thieves issue is now a national crisis. Expectations are exceedingly high for us public prosecutors, as we are the executors of justice. Personnel and planning will be up to you on this case. You will also have the police under your command. I'd like you
no
to oversee
worries.
this operation.
You know, no pressure.
You've yet to give an answer. Will you accept the task of eradicating the Phantom Thieves?
I will give it everything I have.
We'll have to prepare a higher position for you as well. I don't wish to apply extra pressure on you, but I assume your odds of success are high. Naturally, failure to accomplish this task is unacceptable. Do you understand?
Of course. I will live up to your expectations no matter what it takes.
That is all then.
No.
I'm home.
Hey, Sai.
Hi, sis. Should I warm up dinner for you?
No, it's okay.
No food tonight.
How about a bath?
No need. I just...
Are you going to stay at work then?
I've been entrusted with a very important...
You look awful, though. Aren't you tired?
As an adult, there will be times when you will accept an assignment for which it's all over for me if I can't win this.
Still, if you were to collapse from exhaustion...
This is my one chance to get a promotion. I heard detectives have been coming to your school. Don't worry, though.
What do you mean?
I'm going to catch the Phantom Thieves myself.
Is that the important task you mentioned?
It's none of your concern.
That's a yes if ever I heard one.
Oh my god, sis has her sights set on the Phantom. This is bad.
Special Investigations Unit. Got it. Yeah,
going to be
they definitely can't get,
Unless
you know,
they
like
know
our
about the
phone
metaverse,
logs or anything
there's no
where we,
way they'll
you
get
know,
any info on us.
texted a bunch about being the Phantom Thieves and everything, which would be probably fairly simple for them to get a warrant on if they can start suspecting us. Yeah, let me leave. Can I mess with the game? Okay, I can. God. Oh, why my nose is itching so much.
Okay.
Artie Lurie. Nice. All from multiples of 4. Hey! Lucky 8s!
Nice. Oh. Yeah.
Ba, 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 ba.
Damned Phantom Thieves.
I'd love to be able to hop into the metaverse again. They even steal lives. All right, solid comment.
They were there today too, right? Yeah. Where do those damn cops think they are? They can't just stare us all down like that.
Maybe the rumors are true. Maybe there's a phantom thief at our school.
Okay, quiet down.
Oops. Just playing with the stick there. Oh god, they're gonna interview Ryuji. We're screwed.
Well then, next up is Takamaki-san, and you two will go together. Huh?
Takamaki.
Why? That's how they've been doing. Those are the instructions. Just don't say more than is.
Howdy.
Take us.
We're sorry to take your time. Let's see. Ah, yes, you're the one currently under probation.
Yep.
It says here you had a dispute with Mr. Kamoshida?
Uh-huh.
You're more hot-blooded than you look. You spend time with quite an interesting group. Yusuke Kitagawa and Haru Okumura?
Yeah, we just met
The more
Haru.
friends the better, right?
Not too long ago.
I'm sorry to have taken your time. Oh, I almost forgot. Do you think the Phantom Thieves are associated? Don't worry. We're here to keep all of you safe.
Thank you for your time.
Your responses will serve as great reference material. Takamaki-san is next.
I got so nervous, I almost stuttered a few times. Seems we were all asked the same questions.
That's how they get you. They do that on purpose, then wait for someone to slip up.
I hope you didn't.
I hope so
It was
too.
probably fine. Oh, I would have been done for if they saw how...
To think my name would come up as well.
Sounds like we can't take the police lightly either.
Hey, didn't you think... Not to me. You looked like someone who's dealt with dangerous criminals.
Well, he is, you know,
I'm
a
sorry
detective.
for all of this. It's because of my sister. That's not... It's not as though now that it's become reality. We need to make sure we don't draw suspicion. Right.
It ain't your fault.
I'm gonna try to see how far along this
I'm worried about the police too, but
we were so popular. Haru, can I ask you to search your father's belongings for clues? No, it's okay. As for everyone else,
Her sweater
you need
seems
to be
really
cautious
comfortable.
of how you spend your. So I've decided to have
maybe
you
a
three
little
second
warm.
years join me on the school festival exam. It will allow us to gather without drawing suspicion. Plus, trying to
I agree. The more time I have to kill, the more time I'll spend worrying about all this stuff, no matter what happens.
Don't cheat!
It would be no surprise if they came directly to our homes for questions. They showed up at your school after all.
For now, the best option is to stay on the defensive. But let's try and figure out who the real Of course.
But again, mementos, though. There's no way. Probably won't even let me leave, right? Yeah.
I'll just add this.
Been a few days. By that I mean like over a week. Or exactly a week.
Oh!
Knowledgeable, charm. Duty, charm. Punch out for charm? Punch day, ouch.
Well then.
No, we got this. I beat Deltarune Chapter 2. I can beat little punch-out minigame in this.
Oh! I see.
Match the arrows on screen within the time limit, then press X to punch. Oh.
Yeah.
I keep trying to go right first instead of left, but you know. Mac won by TKO. They even call him Mac. You'll love to see it.
Nice.
Yes. I have another suggestion. Call for the arrest of the Phantom Thieves, then mobilize the police. The rest will go as you mentioned. Still, I'm truly amazed at the atrocious methods you come up with.
What's going on?
Square in which adding up the numbers in any row, column, or diagonal gives you the same total. Oh yeah.
Do you know this one?
You see, it's not 10. It's 13, 13, 14, 12. Well, does here they give me multiple choice so we can work backwards. Does 21 work? Left column makes 12, so in order for that to be 21, it would need a 9 in the row with the 7. Which would bring the 9 and 7 would be 16, so it would be a 5 underneath the 9. Which would be 13 with the 5 and 8. So it would be an 8 in the top right, which would bring it to 21. 9, 5. The bottom would need to be, if I've remembered right, hold on. 12, 9, 9, 7 would be 16, 5, 9, 5 would be 14, so it'd need to be 7 at the bottom, which also works at 21.
That's incorrect.
Fuck. I wonder what I messed up there. Should have busted out a piece of paper and just tried to write it down. Learning who people want to see as the guest of honor. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba.
Damn it. We don't have time to be doing crap like this.
You don't need to keep mentioning it. We're doing this to keep suspicions off of us, remember?
Goro Akechi. This one too, Akechi.
They're mostly the same over here as well. Everyone's so eloquent when they can be anonymous. It's like they never accepted us to begin with. It would be nice if you did some work too, Ryuji-kun. You came to help us count these, right?
Yeah, Ryuji.
Come on, leader.
We're gathering information too, you know.
I guess that's one way of saying.
Whoa, look here.
Criminal profile. The acts of thievery committed by the Phantom Thieves are mere fakes. And their true goal is murder? Every heart they changed before Okumura was just a warm-up?
So now they're accusing us of being a bunch of killers.
Is this just random comments? It's anonymous comments, guys. Stop taking it so seriously. God, have you never been on the internet
We have
before?
the results. First place is Goro
What? Akechi?
What are you so surprised for? We've been mentioning him this whole time.
Seriously?
It's because of us that his popularity has skyrocketed.
He was already pretty popular.
Can't we just make him up? We don't have to get him.
People will figure that out.
I knew people would vote for him, but this is way more votes than I was expecting.
It would be best for us to avoid inviting such a clear danger upon ourselves. I'd like a little more time to think about who to ask.
That reminds me. How is Futaba-chan doing? She seemed like she was looking into something on her own. It's not that
Even one clue would work wonders for us. I hope she...
Listen, she's the smartest one in this group. Let's just let her do her thing for a little bit.
Hey.
Yay?
In response to the police identifying the Phantom Thieves as primary suspects, Goro Akechi had this to say.
Even though my opinion has been met with criticism, I've held fast that the Phantom Thieves are not just. However, I believe the recent series of suspicious deaths is unrelated to their actions.
What? Did I hear you correctly? But Akechi-san, you were the first to caution everyone about the Phantom Thieves. Were you not?
This doesn't change the fact that they are indeed a dangerous group. That said, I would like to express that immediately linking them to this case is far too hasty. There are still many questions to be answered here. It feels as though there is more to this.
After this conference, Akechi-san announced he will be limiting his media appearances and...
I wonder why the sudden change. What are you staring at your phone like that for?
So Jiro, please.
Whoa, no need to By the way, I heard the police showed up at your...
Yeah, let them come.
As long as you're not getting involved. Well, fine.
Well, can I hang out with people?
I'll just add this.
she'd rank up. Akechi would not. Oops, wrong button. I want this one. Just want to go into mementos. So Ely, oh yeah, furthering her little story. I wasn't thinking of Oya, I was thinking of the other one. Damn it. Keep mixing them up. Oh well. Hey, we'll have some interesting time with Lala-chan.
Well then. Shit. Ugh.
You're gonna make me look all over the place for you. Places unrelated to the Phantom Thieves. Stick up for her. How dare you? Is it EO minor? Thank you. Who knows what laws we might be breaking? I'd expect you to be a better liar. I expect your resignation letter on my desk next week.
Huh?
Don't have the physique to be attracting high school kids. Wow. Also, this dude really just cool with her dating a minor? God. As an actor either. Thank you, Miss Sato. I appreciate it. Well, got my charm up a little.
Well then.
Makoto, has Nijima-san told you anything about the investigation?
Well, Sis actually stopped mentioning anything about work. It's possible I made some sort of Regardless, I thought over the matter of who we're going. I'm considering asking Akechi-kun.
Seems the smartest idea to me.
Weren't you talking about how you didn't want to draw
I but without a powerful source of intel, we won't be able to win against the police now, and I can no longer rely on my sister for information. Wait, is this because you're going to use him as your powerful source of Bold move. I'm surprised to hear that suggestion coming from
Really? Makoto's pretty bold.
Did you see his press? One of his comments defending the Phantom Thieves stood out to me. There is more to this. I think he said that knowing for certain that the Phantom Thieves would be watching.
Still, there will be so many other students at the school festival.
It's a gamble, and the odds are less, but we can no longer. What are your thoughts? Okay then. Is everyone else?
I'm good. Whatever he said.
It would be reassuring to gain him as an ally.
Hold on. How are we even gonna get in touch with him? It's not.
I've got his number.
For real?
Could you send that my way?
Sure.
I'll contact.
Gotta say, I'm really.
Yeah, deal with it,
Now's
Ryuji.
no. Just think of him as a source of intel, nothing more. He says, let me.
Wait a sec. Didn't he say he wasn't gonna do any more stuff for the media?
That's likely why he's so hesitant.
What are we gonna do if he?
I'll keep trying. Maybe frustrating, but he's all we have at the
Well, I
moment.
can meet with him privately
We need
if
him
we
to
just
do it
want
no
the
matter
info.
what.
I was more going for this
We're
because,
counting
you
on
know,
you, Makoto.
the entire school wanted us to try and get him. If he says no, it's whatever. We can just be like, sorry guys, we tried. Iwai, Yoshida, Soshiro, I can't until my kindness is up. Chihaya. Ugh. You know what? Sure, bud. Oh, it's been forever since I've done this as well. I always forget. Wow, 300 yen.
Wow! Welcome! Hi!
Alright, so these are 200. Got it.
Well then. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, come on.
Hey, hey, bud.
Please consider what I have to say.
Adults must redefine our mission. I must create a country that can nurture life.
Good evening.
Actual problems in Japan right now. Look at that.
I feel indebted. Everyone.
Diet member Shido has been gaining popularity by saying the same thing. Still fun, so now you're stealing ideas, no good, Tora. Made mistakes, yes. I'm unpopular and powerless. Nothing to do with my arguments. These are things I learned from all my hardships.
Yes.
Ridicule me all you want, but I will continue to oppose what is wrong with this world. Hey, there you go. Sup? Doesn't mean that person can't try again.
Thank you.
bad habit of getting flustered whenever someone calls me no good Dora. There you go.
All right.
And a lot of confidant stuff done. Up my charm a little.
I shall ask you again another time.
Since the scandal felt alone and helpless, like the whole world was against me, she used the constant judge and critique. The people who support me, how encouraging it feels simply to be in their presence.
Good morning. Well...
You look kind of tired.
No.
School festival! Something definitely doesn't happen over here in the States.
Hey.
At least I feel like to this point. Ba-ba-da.
Oh, yes.
Weren't you supposed to be gone after midterms? Glad to see you still here, but you know.
How about you?
Memories can differ from reality.
This is it.
Right.
Sounds like the most thing. That's a thing.
Nice going!
Maximum knowledge!
All right.
Dope. Yo, top 10! That's just gonna be knowledge, which is pointless now. Nope, charm. Dope. Take it. Ooh, Pleasy Jane School. Oh, hey, Akechi.
Welcome home. You're back awfully late. How has business been for you lately?
I know he isn't the biggest jokester,
Take a
but
look around.
I was hoping for
Is
at
the
least a
Nijima
couple of
lady
music
doing well?
notes.
Unfortunately, we haven't. We had a difference of opinion.
What are your thoughts, Representative Shido? It doesn't surprise me that people say our country is lethargic. We've let these phantom thieves run amok. and because they've targeted only prominent figures. Our government leaders have been hesitant to act. I apologize for any concern they may have caused, and will henceforth search for an apt countermeasure.
That politician's really honorable. I like how...
This is an important undertaking, and one I intend to confront with every asset available to me. The selfish criminals enacting this social answering to the interests of the people as hastily as possible is...
Man, this guy...
Rampant political scandals. Thieves on... We must resolve this problem.
Hey, look, it's that guy.
What are you standing there staring? Standing here is my job.
That politician is honest and feels like a trustworthy leader, for don't you think?
Sorry, wasn't listening.
Criminals, However, that is ignorant of their... It may be somewhat of a stretch to say I'm on their side. Having said that, I won't deny that if this Okumura incident was not the Phantom Thieves, if they only changed the hearts of criminals, then even though they can't be considered innocent, perhaps my goals are not so different from theirs.
You a fanboy?
I knew there was something special about you. Ever since the first time we met, I feel as though I could tell you anything. Oh, that reminds me. Wait. I'm sure you know that already. Considering it's such a good opportunity, I've decided to accept the offer. Thank you for the coffee.
Glad you liked it.
I'm happy I could see you. I'll
Thanks,
be going
Akechi.
now.
So where you get those sweet gloves? They're stylish. Real complicated stuff. He's probably a fair bit smarter than you, huh? Thanks, Coffee Dad. This is skills for myself. First impressions or anything. I feel like it's more suspicious if we just split up and try to avoid each other, especially during something like that, where it seems like a bunch of friends would be hanging out with each other. Hifumi. Oh yeah. Well, let's hang out with Hifumi. We haven't seen her like all day today.
Good evening. I look forward to it.
The sounds, the smells. Use all your senses in Shogi.
Yes. Well then. Okay, let's end here for today.
Whew.
The festival seems to be a success.
There's definitely a lot more people than...
Well, yeah. Phantom Thieves, Kamoshida, Principal Kobayakawa.
There may be police officers in plainclothes too. Actually, they probably are here. Acting like normal students. What do you normally...
look around at the exhibits.
There's no set rules for this kind of thing. Walk around.
I think I can do it if I...
You're so laid back. There's... A number of the teachers had been questioned before.
Don't let your guard... It's true that the initial members have been at this for a long time.
Oh.
Now, let's leave it at that. Oh,
You seem to be having quite a lot of fun, Haru.
I want to go around with everyone.
Alright,
This'll
we
be
can
a
do
great
that.
change of pace from all the nasty stuff. Shall we head off?
Let's do it.
Oh,
Let's do
right.
it.
This is your...
They're pretty good.
I know, follow me. This is the place.
Made takoyaki.
New customers!
More like
I'll show you up to your
takoyaki.
seat.
So, it's your...
It's still a refreshment stand, isn't it?
It's like a deserted island here. Well, I guess it's good for talking since the... We heard a lot of rumors.
And it was all...
Ryuji, don't get mad. Come on.
Who cares?
Welcome home. May I take your order?
Take my order?
There are a lot of odd flavors.
Stick to a normal one.
I'm so sorry. We sold our last normal one to the previous...
Fuck Ryuji.
Well then, I'll have the...
Mentai
I'm
cheese
sorry.
takoyaki.
We're out of...
Then
we're currently...
That doesn't even sound remote.
This whole thing
Actually,
is
we
just a shame.
spent most of our budget on making the maid costumes look nice. We didn't put too much effort in...
Oh, I can...
Ryuji, you're making... Then
That would be the Russian top.
we'll have that.
This will take...
let's forget it.
On that note, hearing Kamoshida being almost treated like a victim makes me want to eat my stress away.
I've even heard conjecture that the principal was targeted for reasons like he knew to...
I kept hearing about Goro Akechi's...
All thanks to the Phantom Thieves.
You know, did that Akechi guy agree to show up here because he believes we didn't...
Or he may simply love large gatherings.
Not really.
Oh, true. He didn't seem like...
We plan on stealing intel, but we might fall into another trap. You are so carefree. Still, it doesn't change the fact that we don't know what a cat...
Ding!
Thank you for...
Ooh! Lies. I heard a microwave go...
Well, it's not like I was... So...
Could there be jam in it as a secret
Well, one of the...
one of them's obviously red.
Dude, don't tell me the...
It's like going for the obvious one is...
Well, I'd prefer the most beautifully shaped one. But all of them are misshapen.
Oh, aren't you all going to eat? I think I'll go for this. Wait,
Do you want to go...
Probably something super, super spicy.
Oh, everyone's all here.
Hey, Akechi. You want the spicy one?
I came to check out the venue. I can't make...
Someone's eager.
But people ended up recognizing...
Yeah, go figure.
I grew tired of the baseless rumors they kept bringing up.
He
I'm
grabbed
going
the
to have
spicy
one
one.
Let's just call this my
But...
It's fine.
Eating it in one bite is a bad... Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Hey, does he...
You okay, my dude? Goodbye.
Wow, he's really trying to hold it together.
It's like he wants to get picked up for some...
But did he truly come to This isn't good.
I know what you mean. I need to do my best tomorrow. I'm gonna pull this off.
That Akechi, when he got here, didn't he say that everyone's all here?
Yep.
Everyone?
You're just imagining things.
No, she isn't, Ryuji. Probably wanted to talk to all this, and then he accidentally ate the spicy one. Whoops.
Seriously, I think I'm...
I didn't mind any of that. I just love seeing that detective gulp down the...
I had fun as well, since I got to spend... What would you like to do now, Haru? I appreciate the jest. Why don't we go home and rest up? I have to... What will his...
Unfortunately, Akechi couldn't make it to the panel. His stomach was destroyed.
Let's head back.
He's not fine. He's screwing something up. Oh, no, it's Yusuke. Sorry, I thought it was Ryuji for some reason.
Yes.
Since Ryuji and An first spoke of you, I've grown quite intrigued. Just to speak with you as well.
Quite. Indeed.
Yusuke, the fucking weirdo.
Hold on.
It's a huge misunderstanding about what I do. Really allowed.
How about it?
Want to try out my counseling yourself instead?
Well then.
Shall go ahead.
Well,
More about building a rapport. Another person says to sort through one's own emotions. Be any cross-examining in a proper counseling session, though.
I see.
Leading them to the conclusions so they truly making the choices for themselves. Submitting to another person's will. People to certain frames of mind sometimes without them even realizing it.
Indeed. Thank you. Oh, yes.
What's your greatest wish in life at the moment? Success as an artist? It's for it to improve through my own efforts. Mother's painting for the masterpiece that it is, no matter how briefly.
All right. Thank you.
Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba, ba.
Well then.
Dr. Maruki, so I went to see him. He'll be able to concentrate tomorrow. Oh, I can not hang out with people, though. Oh. Aw, cute. I will say the group photos the game takes is cute. We still got time.
Okay.
About an hour left. We'll try and play the game normally. Maybe I should have saved first, but you know.
Oh.
Graham Cracker Joe.
Now then.
What if they got the rights to use Mike Tyson's name and you just end this by fighting Mike Tyson too? That would be very great. Hey.
Yes. Yeah.
Max Charm. There we go.
All right.
Now I can go on that fake date with Makoto. It's almost Halloween.
Well then, we will now begin today's panel.
Hey, I should have saved anyway because it has
Our
been
guest of honor is Goro Akechi.
I feel kind of bad considering how many. I'm sure you all would have been happier to have a singer or a mascot.
We'd appreciate if you could tell us. It'd be wonderful if you could let us.
I'm not used to being the one interrogated.
God, that
How
the
much do you
fake
think
laugh
he
is so
knows?
awkward.
He talks about the Phantom Thieves are dangerous, yet either he has an idea who the true culprit is, or he has
Come on, Mako.
As much as you're allowed to say, would you tell?
Getting right to the point, I see. Well, if it's as much as I'm allowed to say, then everything on TV and we don't have any leads yet, and the methods behind their crimes are still.
I see. Even with this country's power, arresting them is proving.
I wouldn't phrase it that way, but, well, something like that.
Thank you for answering. By the way, it seems why the sudden change. Until now, haven't you upheld your stance that the Phantom Thieves are dangerous? How are you so positive?
Aren't you a little too comfortable interrogating people?
It's as if you're a prosecutor.
Excuse me. This is. But won't you tell us? What reason is there that you'd claim their innocence?
Mako-chan's really pressing for an.
She's pelting.
Every person whose heart they changed have truly been criminals, including Okumura. Why then was he the only one who needed to be killed?
Why is that?
I must admit, that's why I believe that case should be thought of as if a different party is responsible. And if the Phantom Thieves are the ones I know of, I can't possibly imagine they would kill any.
Your comment just now. Does this mean the police have already identified who they are?
Oh, no. The police haven't gotten.
But I have.
But I have my own conclusions about the true identities of the Phantom.
He's gotta be bluffing.
Pipe down.
He's lying.
No way.
You're not going to ask her?
It may have repercussions on the investigation. Are you sure you can share that with us?
It's only my personal opinion. However, there is a possibility that everyone present will hear the truth before the police.
The truth? What's he planning on?
That's quite the confidence you have. If you're so certain, I'd like to ask you then.
That idiot!
They're people you all know quite well.
Oh.
It's mine. I apologize for the interruption. Would you mind if I step away?
I'm terribly sorry. We'll resume the...
Please don't troll me.
Is
The
there a room I may
tease.
use?
There's the.
I want you to come too. Your friends from yesterday are here, aren't they?
Did you set this up?
We only have 10 minutes.
All right, Monsieur Akechi, how you
What do
doing?
you want to talk? No.
That's gotta be shot.
I have video footage, please. Let's not feign ignorance. Wouldn't all of you know more about... I also know that when you traverse over there, your appearance changes as it's because of those mysterious... I found out about that world about a month ago. This had been installed into my...
There we go.
Dude, when the app activated on its own, the scenery around me suddenly changed. Quite frankly, I still can't believe it myself. But from the look of these photos, all of you seem quite used to it.
We've been listening to you blab on for...
All of you are acting as Phantom Thieves. I can say so with conviction because I have... So, you admit it. In all honesty, I've been curious about you since the time of the Madarame case. But to think it would end...
We didn't kill.
I believe that as well.
How can you be so?
Because I saw another. The real culprit.
Oh?
For real?
Who was it?
I couldn't identify his face. He had a mask on, after all. Actually, when I took these photos, I entered that world. That's when I saw someone else moving about, besides all of you. He shot at me the moment he noticed me.
That's who killed President Okumura?
Most likely. At the very least, I was almost killed by him. I can't die here. When those thoughts overcame me, I awakened to that power.
Oh?
Almost
dope. Who's your persona?
This cat. I swear it.
Morgana, our teammate.
Really? This is unbelievable. But it is true that you know things that I don't. Say, Morgana, were you also the one who instructed them on how to change people's hearts? I experienced that world too.
We go in the metaverse, we call them palaces, to steal the core of their desires, their treasure. And those whose treasure has been stolen have a change of heart.
Ah. There's certainly no way anyone could figure out such an MO.
Anyways, back to what you were talking about.
Although I don't completely understand the method, all you do is simply reform people. Someone else is but however, the police have decided that the Phantom Thieves did it. They'll arrest you at this rate.
They're going to treat me as my father's murderer?
I can't overlook, which is precisely why I want us to strike a deal.
A deal?
Seems good to me.
I would like you to cooperate with me on investigating the truth.
And if we decline?
Then I think I'll have to inform the police about all of you.
This ain't no deal, it's blackmail!
Say what you will. The justice I uphold will not tolerate criminals.
Justice.
You've heard that Sai-san is the one spearheading the investigation about you Phantom Thieves, correct? The higher-ups are concerned only with settling the case. They want to capture the culprits behind the psychotic breakdown incidents and end the commotion. Those are the ones who are putting pressure on Sai-san. I can only imagine her impatience.
What of evidence that we did it? How do they intend on proof?
Even if there's no objective explanation to the method, it's over once Sai-san can't make rational judgments at the moment. If she were to be cornered, well, she may...
Make it up?
So, they're gonna make it...
We haven't... and we're still going...
You'll be found guilty if you're caught.
Bullshit!
Unfortunately, there's nothing I...
And that's why you want our cooperation.
Yes. In return, that said, I ask...
What should we do about...
I can understand how you feel. Well, considering this is you we're talking about, I'm glad we could talk. It's been a while since... I look forward. It was definitely worth coming today. We should be getting back... About that. I'm sorry. The reason why you called for me in the first place was because my business...
I'll deal with it.
Damn it!
Ryuji, don't do anything stupid. I see you following him. Hey, Morgana?
They're
yeah, they are. That's weird. Oh.
I'm sorry about the but I'll have...
To make up for the time that was planned for this panel, the Rakugo research...
I can't say anything in detail, but I feel another great... I hope you all continue to pay attention.
Let's have a big round of applause.
He still got some applause.
Was that really our... He totally used Makoto's suggestion against us.
Indeed. We intended to get intel out of him, but...
So what? We'll just accept his deal?
Well, yeah.
He's got evidence on us. We really don't have a choice.
Damn it!
Also, you're all acting like he wouldn't have sprung that on us in some other way instead.
How am I supposed
to
calm
out the
down?
best.
What are we...
What's done is done. We'll have to cool off. We must make up our minds by the time...
We need to give this a lot of thought.
Similar occurrences followed in succession earlier this
hey,
spring.
Coffee Dad, what you got
Although
there?
things have quieted down until recently. Furthermore, new information has come to light about the suspect who suffered. He had received a calling card from the
Why did Futaba have something like this?
Uh-oh, Coffee Dad's
If a
figuring
calling
it out.
card was delivered, we can only assume that if so, those occurrences back in spring can be attributed.
I knew it. Oh, God.
Things aren't going best right now.
Post-festival party is about to begin in the gym.
Post-festival party? Nobody invited you.
Huh? Senpai.
Well, looks like
aren't
someone's
you going
inviting
the
me to it,
post-fest-
Morgana.
Then festivals don't come around. Let's get.
Oh.
And now, it's the student sharing spec.
What the fuck is that? Seems like everyone else is confused here.
We've got a huge members of the dance club.
God. Being reminded of many things I didn't give the slightest fuck about in school and having to sit through them.
Just standing around, Senpai. Very impressive.
And now that you're all warmed up,
Hey, you're We've...
Senpai, I'll be back soon.
Alright, have fun. I guess I'm stuck here alone. This thing I wasn't planning on going to. I will say, I get that it was added in this version. It's a little annoying that like half of the fancy cutscenes are just hanging out with the new girl. She didn't do gymnastics and heels? That seems ill-advised. That was just clearly I'm paying the most attention right now. Isn't she cool? Aren't you all interested in hanging out with the new girl we introduced in this version? That we're just gonna constantly use and do stuff with, and you know, she won't interact with any of the old characters because she's new, so we can't have her interact because that involves remaking more of the game to include her. So we'll just semi-awkwardly shove her into random moments where it's just the two of you. Just kind of shoehorn her in. Go for it, Joker. But she calls you Senpai. Don't you love that? Isn't that the most important thing?
That was so exhausting, but what a blast!
It's not even that I dislike her a lot. She's like kind of
dance was amazing.
In my opinion, generic vanilla anime girl.
Totally blown away.
It's just awkward that she's never with anyone else. It's like her, you, and Maruki. But Maruki at least interacts with the rest of the original cast.
My dad.
She's just kind of here.
Sorry to leave you like this. Thank you. The post-festival. See you soon.
Didn't you enjoy this extra 5 minutes where we just showed the new girl dancing? Would you like to go together? I didn't think about what happened earlier, but that has got me nowhere. Didn't we just... Wasn't I just there? Didn't it just end? Didn't we just have a whole... It ended, let's go.
Alright, that was a great performance.
It's just a longer thing, got it.
I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking of...
It'll be alright. Just like all those times I told you that, and then your dad died.
Sharing?
So that was literally shoehorned in, where they're like, the sharing special. Oops, we have to use the new girl in something. Dance club.
I never knew we had such an
Now
event.
sharing special.
Oh.
How about that?
Huh? Is he?
Well then.
Oh god.
He's talking... Oh.
Come.
Well...
And your name?
She's not
I'm sure you're
I... the guy's like, I have fucked up. This was a mistake? Oops, it's the girl whose dad died like a week ago on national television. Ugh. Do you have anything to share? I have too many things. This, folks, is what they might end up calling trauma dumping.
Do you think the
Man, he's going in for the kill.
I mean, we're all dying to know what
Hey, tell us about who you think killed your dad. Don't you? Hey, there we go. Let's replace that awkwardness that will ruin things with other awkwardness.
My, is this? But I'm a gentle. Well, did you all enjoy?
Just when it was getting interesting. MC, do your job.
Kinda saved it.
Post-festival, it turned out to be more like an... I still can't believe you... Huh? Right, at any rate, thank you for... You're a mysterious person. I think the two of us will get... Who knows? For now, but I have to say, my first post...
Yeah, I guess it's my last two.
Here.
Sakura Amezaiku.
Now then.
I will say, going back to making fun of the new girl in this game, she's probably the least interesting female character in at least the Phantom Thief group of just the group. Honestly, like, God, she's just generic anime girl that calls you senpai. Like, she might be the least interesting character just of the group.
Welcome home.
Like,
You
I
took off
hate
somewhere during the
Ryuji as a
festival, huh?
person, but he's
I tried
more
to find
interesting.
You, but I gave up pretty quickly. Futaba? What are you doing here in front of the store? I needed to calm my brain. Not just Akechi, but other stuff too.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was just thinking...
Yeah, let's go. See what Coffee Dad has to say. Nope, still not gonna cover
has been
that.
Causing quite a commotion. No countermeasure for the Phantom Thieves. The sorry state of the police. Destruction of safety. They're saying. So, how's the investigation progressing? Any clues yet?
It's been like less than a week, but you got it.
What's going on here? Didn't you... And I thought I told you that failure won't be tolerated. Well, if things continue at this rate...
But sir...
I had high expectations for you. We may need to reform the operation as well, since...
Please, let me see this through to the end. This case is something that
I know that you've been at this for a while now. Even before the police spared us the staff for it. If you can manage an arrest, I've made special arrangements. That's what you... The leadership of this country is about to change. We can't let this case carry over into their term. I'll make myself clear again.
I understand.
You're allowed to take some bold measures if you need to. Oh. One more
To you, sir?
I said that failure isn't an option, didn't I? Yes. Everything is proceeding as planned.
Hey, Coffee Dad.
Mom! Sojiro?
I was cleaning up and found this. This is a calling card, right?
You went into my room without my permission?
I'll apologize as much as you want later. So, what is this?
That's...
Is it something to get flustered over? I knew it. This isn't just some game you're playing.
Hey, Coffee Dad.
Why aren't you saying anything?
Why did you keep it?
I mean...
Explain.
Explain. Hey, if this...
I'll get right to the point. Is this a real... Did they trigger a change of heart in you? How about it?
Ever since Mom died, there was no exit. I was trapped in a labyrinth of my heart. I knew I had to leave it, but I couldn't do it by myself.
Futaba. Here, sit down. I can at least listen to what you have to say.
See, Coffee Dad's a good guy.
The Phantom Thieves saved me. It's the same as Mom's research. They changed my cognition.
Seriously? Okaba's research about altering one's cognition. I wondered about it myself, too. But still... When she said she was going to go to the beach out of nowhere, even the doctors had thrown in the towel. At first, I just chalked it up as other kids being a better support for you than any adult. But as I kept watching the tabloid shows here, day in and day out, I thought your case kind of seemed similar to what these Phantom Thieves were doing.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm still your guardian, you know. I'd never overlook such a drastic change in your behavior.
Even if it seemed to be for the better. I mean, you know.
But to think that Wakaba's research and the Phantom Thieves changing hearts were about the same thing. Back in the day, I used to be a government official. My job was to be the bridge between the country and the lab that Wakaba worked at. It's around that time that I got to know her. She said something odd when we were out drinking, that one of these days, she might die a bizarre death. Who wouldn't take that as a joke? I just laughed it off. But it happened exactly as she said. If anything were to happen to you, I'd feel like... There's something I want to ask you. Judging from your attitude, you knew about this calling card, didn't you? You should have known that Futaba had a change of heart through the Phantom Thieves as well. Is there a connection between you and them? The first incident of a change of heart was a teacher at your school. The kid who brought that painting here was a pupil of that artist who had a change of heart.
Yeah, Coffee Dad's not dumb.
And then, there's... You always seem to be linked to these incidents. You think this is... You know what people call them? Why did you introduce such danger?
That's not... I asked them! That's why he saved me!
Asked? Stole? Wait, are you saying that he's the one who changed your heart? He doesn't just deal with the Phantom Thieves. He's actually one of them?
The leader.
You're pulling my leg, aren't you? Are you serious? You...
Sojiro!
So, basically, I've been sheltering a Phantom Thief for the last 6 months?
You've been sheltering the Phantom Thief.
What the heck?
I want to find the culprit who killed my mom.
Wait, killed?
She was killed.
Stop!
Why won't you believe me? Are you this? Didn't you know already? The way Mom died wasn't normal. Didn't you notice that her research was stolen by some... Sojiro!
It was awfully fishy, but what could I do? Run away, hide. To be frank, I took you in for my own good. Like it'd somehow make up for what I'd done. It's basically my fault that you got burdened with all this crap.
It's not your fault, Sojiro.
I acted all big, lectured, even yelled at you kids. And I end up getting consoled by her.
I mean, the one who killed...
I see. Don't worry. Even if you are the real Phantom Thief, I mean, who would believe such a story? Unless they catch you red-handed, it's impossible to explain that you're the Phantom Thief. Let me just say, immediately back out of a fight that you can't win.
That's about what I expected.
If by chance you pissed off the same guys that killed Wakaba, then they're not someone that kids like you can deal with. We're done. Come on. Time to eat.
Whew. If he turned us still, we should tell the others about what just happened. Oh, I'm tired.
Yeah, no. That'd be exhausting. There's everything you gotta be fucking kidding. Someone's trying to stop the news from getting out. Who could do that?
We're gonna win. Sorry.
Hey, wait!
You sleep on the sofa so that Futaba can go ahead and sleep on the bed. Either way is fine. Yeah, bye Futaba.
Hey, hey! Whoa. Yes!
Don't suppose I can
Let's
leave?
do it.
No? Crazy that.
Yep. Well then.
That concludes the speech given by Representative Masayoshi Shido, who may be forming a new party. We now resume our coverage of the Phantom Thieves, the suspects for Mr. Okumura's death and others. The police have designated the Phantom Thieves as the country's most wanted fugitive and have decided to reward anyone with information leading to the capture of the...
Oh, hey, Coffee Dad.
Look, those who provide information will be offered a reward of 30 million yen. And considering the high amount, it shows how reward money will be supplied by the police and the families of the victims.
If I report you to the police and they arrest you, I supposedly get 30 million yen? I hope you understand the situation. Even people who didn't have an interest before will be on the lookout for the Phantom Thief, and it'll happen every day. Why did this happen? I see. Well, I'm sorry I didn't realize it. All I can do now is give you just don't become desperate and do something reckless, all right?
Thanks, Coffee Dad.
I won't sell you out.
I feel bad about what we've done to the
Did you see that reward? Perhaps we put too much pressure on them. With this, the Phantom Thieves have become public enemy number 1. Exactly.
Wasn't too far off that
chuckle. Will be when their curtain falls.
Hey, great!
Just let me dream a little. That'd be what, $300,000? Honestly, I feel like that's a little low. Like the group of mass killers that's supposedly been taking down CEOs and whatnot, and they don't even give a full million? Come on.
It feels so...
We're finally being treated as actual criminals.
I'm positive now. Remember all of those what-ifs I mentioned before? How President Okumura ranked first? It was all to make the Phantom Thieves famous. Yeah, the enemy likely planned to lay the blame on us from the start, after we gained popularity.
Then what about everything we've done until now? Are the people whose hearts we changed and thought were corrupt actually not?
No, because of Yusuke and I, the Madarame and Kaneshiro cases were coincidental. Wasn't that the case with Kamoshida too? Considering what happened with the rankings, only the previous target would have been used to lure us.
What a cheap trick to use.
Cheap. There's the fake Medjed and the site's altercation. They might have even engineered the fat around us. So much time and effort has been put into this. President Okumura probably wasn't their only target. Perhaps they intend to place all blame of past and future psychotic breakdowns on our group.
Well, I'm pretty sure they've outright stated
That's why I said
that.
we shouldn't jump into things so carelessly.
What, so this is my fault? Even you agreed to it in the
end. What part did you say it was your fault, Ryuji?
At the time. How are we supposed...
I'm sorry. This was all because I one-sidedly decided that all I could think about was my fiancé.
Nah.
Haru.
It's all good.
It's not Haru's fault. I should have spoken up too when Principal...
Damn it! This is bull...
Yeah, Ryuji.
Ryu, taking out your frustration...
Hey, why did we lose? What did we do?
Who said we've lost?
It's probably because...
Agreed. At the time, we only cared about the opinion of the general...
Yeah. I'm such an idiot! I became a...
To think we had begun clinging on to fame and a...
Did we really,
were
though?
meant to be the righteous Phantom Thieves.
Like, sure. There was that, but there was also, you know, the allegations of employees dying and him killing off other CEOs so that his company would be the best.
I was a complete idiot, but of course I want to do...
Yeah. However, we have no
I feel like they're
idea
forcing
who
the
we're up
whole
against.
we gave up and lost sight of what we were planning to do. I feel like that's being a little forced right now. IMO.
And whether they're an individual or an organization.
Furthermore, they must be in a position of power. Or have...
Are we really...
Should we... I mean...
Hey.
Come on, what's with this fucking pity
running
party?
away with our tails, but we'd be dumping everything we stand for.
I see. I take back what I just Looks like we're settled on what we want to do.
Yeah.
I'll also say I do kind of enjoy the at the present looking back and having some of the notes on that. I don't know if I really like how they keep giving away who the next target ends up being.
Hey, it's me.
Especially now that it's like a character I recognize.
About me yelling earlier, being framed,
like, come on.
and the added bound. I lost. It is. Maybe I haven't changed at all since that time. I wanted to be a phantom thief because I thought it made me. I thought I could do anything if it was for justice. I called them shitbags, but I can. Thanks. Oh, see ya.
Am I gonna get a fucking pity phone call from everyone? Okay.
We've reached a... There's no point fretting about it now, though. Okay.
Interesting that it's taking like a moment to load in the map now.
Oh!
Well, I have full charm now, so not as much reason to try and finish that off. That's also charm.
Nice.
I go downstairs and read a book. I think that at least will up my guts.
Hey!
Or my flower book, so I get more money with the flower job, but...
Make sure you close up.
Ba-ba-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Hey, hey!
An issue in which criminals do whatever they want under the name of justice cannot be left alone. Only now does the government speak of taking countermeasures. The government as it stands has been left behind the times. We don't have to go down with us. Let us end this chaos!
He's a politician of the... I heard they're splitting up to form a new party, so an election might come before the...
I'm gonna vote this time for sure.
You haven't voted until now? That's...
Politics just never interested me before. He's passionate and thinks of the future. I'm definitely...
Well, I suppose that makes sense, since the other politicians...
When you say that you want us to cooperate with you, what exactly do you intend us...
That's a good question.
Quit! Please.
There's a bounty for information in addition to the arrest. I'm referring to Sai-san's actions. I assume she must be considerably vexed if she make headlines with the arrest warrant, then use incentive.
The police have nothing on us. There's no...
True. However, the groundwork for fabricating testimonies and concocting a...
We don't care about that.
I'll be blunt. I'm thinking of triggering a change of heart in Sai-san. I've already discovered that she has a...
Huh?
Is this to prevent the investigation agency's reckless...
Precisely.
Still, there's no need to change her heart.
If she has a palace, though, it's rough.
It's hard to believe that a single
Unfortunately, what if I told you that those around her would turn a blind...
You saying the police...
It seems they're more trusted than I thought. Their priority is settling the situation.
No!
You're completely wrong.
My objective is to find the true culprit. However, the current situation is extremely bad.
If worst comes to worst, someone unrelated will be set up as the culprit, huh?
Our only solution to this is to make Sai... If she's in her right mind, she can stop this situation.
So that's why...
The truth will be covered up. I can't allow such a thing to happen.
I mean...
And changing Sai-san's...
How do you mean?
If the true culprit were to learn that she's responsible for the investigation, what would happen? I'm certain they'll aim for her life. She's the perfect target to place blame. So how about it?
Even though you're particular about being just, you're...
It can't be helped in order to act. There is also one more merit. She'll be a fine warning to others not to... They can't go public if someone in the investigation has a change of heart. It'd show their... All that's left from there is for me to discover.
Little glory hog, you know?
You're gonna tell us to announce our disbandment once the real culprit is arrested.
As expected from Anijima.
Makoto.
It's a well-made plan.
I'm flattered to hear.
Why are you willing to do all this again?
Because of sick... Yes. It isn't some grand reason like... It's simply an absurd grudge. Dude.
You know... but I guess it's how some
We're similar, Maybe that's why I thought that I could ask. Won't you cooperate with me on the mission to change sides? Thanks. This mission can't succeed with...
The Phantom Thieves will be disbanded, and everything will...
Mako-chan. I'm okay. I never brought it up until now, because I wanted to change my sister's heart. I've also known for quite some time. It was too Though I was too scared to look any further in.
Why don't we try going there now to scope? A lot of this will be new to me.
I'm sorry.
I see.
Will you tell your... Of course.
You seem awfully evasive today.
I just can't make time today.
Let's call it a day then.
I'm sorry. Wasn't Makoto acting a bit weird? Well, regardless, it all started...
Meanwhile, back in the future, with said Makoto's sister. So hey, Sai-san, guess who put forward the plan?
A palace? Not only that, Goro Akechi? Then the
Yeah.
Phantom Thieves targeted me as per his advice?
Yeah.
And he had already experienced the metaverse by the time of the Okumura case? That can't be. I mean, he never said a word. Although, his attitude did change suddenly around that time. Akechi-kun kept quiet about the most important details, and my own— If this is all true, I was out of the loop. So you became convinced of another's existence through the 2 mental shutdown case. And if you were apprehended while falsely accused of those crimes, that's why you targeted me? If this villain does it, I would be Did Makoto come up with that?
Meanwhile, back at the beginning.
Hey! You need to keep your... It seems you're completely worn, but the look on your face is... I'm amazed.
Am I still like half in her palace or something?
Told you that you were sold out, correct? Those words normally hint...
Supposedly a casino, but there were all the police. Wonder if this is like Sai's shadow, maybe?
The existence. However, if your story till now is true, it's frustrating to admit, but at a certain point, someone set up only to bear responsibility. Someone intended your arrest, and the minimal staff directly involved were in their pocket. And if that's the case, true integrity would side.
Alright. It is getting close to time to call it a night.
No, I'm jumping. I don't believe your story yet. There's something I need. Was a change of heart triggered in me? What happened in the time between entering my palace and your arrest? Tell me
Is Akechi gonna be the one that betrays me? I feel like that's like way too obvious a plot point, though.
We'll be going to Nijima's palace. Things like her work ethic and relationship. Those would help us come up with countermeasures in case... I can look up stuff like her repertoire. A girl shouldn't... You tell her too! Don't fall for...
Girls can be perverts too,
Also,
Morgana.
I may be
You
overthinking
white
it,
knight
but my
and simp.
voice... Ow! Same as all... Let me finish!
Alright, they're setting up side plot points. Deleted by admin. Back to that, huh? Something between myself, Morgana, and Futaba. Because that was the second time it's done a fade out like that. The first was when it was just Joker and Morgana before they went back out after meeting with Akechi. And now it's this time where it was just the three of us. Investigation team has announced new progress in the search of the Phantom Thieves. Opposition party has submitted a vote of no confidence regarding the current cabinet. New party has sparked fears of governmental disbandment. Ah, a full parliament, where more than 2 parties can exist. I don't understand how this works as an American. Meet up at the courthouse, the government office district. Kasumi Gaseki. It's not where normal people usually go. The police department, Ministry of Justice, Public Prosecutor's Office, and Public Security. The Diet Building is right near there, too.
So this is the courthouse. You can tell it's a revolting building just by looking at it. Let's hurry up and get started.
Yeah, all those,
Akechi,
like, 8
what did you
windows we
find
can
out?
see.
I rarely get to see Sai-san directly. On the 20th, an investigation will likely be done at Shujin Academy, as well as the Sakura residence.
For real?
Then that means our time limit is November 20th.
Still, there will be quite a bit of red tape involved. I doubt it'll take...
We'll take your word. For now, we need to focus on
I concur. And we should probably get going soon. After all, people like us... Well then? Huh?
This is the model I want. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, right. Akechi-kun, it may be best if...
That's true.
Ooh. I'll...
Thanks.
Meanwhile, Futaba.
Well then,
Futaba, can we go in? Futaba.
You got a good personality and...
She's...
Then shall...
We need to figure out what Makoto's sis...
I often hear her call it a place...
A competition, huh?
Didn't
It'd
he
be
say he was
unbearable
already
if
in
we were
her
put on
palace?
trial for a
Shouldn't
reason
he
like
know
that.
then?
Although... competition.
Conditions have not been met.
Then perhaps...
Conditions have not been met.
There are other competitions.
Gambling, then. How about a racetrack for horses?
We played cards.
Conditions have not been met.
What else is... It must be...
Candidate found.
I definitely see Sai-san.
Well...
Beginning navigation.
Sorry. In that little warpy thing, Akechi was warped and just... He had a very large chest, and it made me laugh.
Head right past there and keep a low profile.
I don't know what else is in their outfits.
That's it, huh? What's going on here? We are looking at the courthouse, aren't we?
No, we're looking at a casino.
Let's go. Right.
I can see the casino. Yep, that is a casino. A big fancy Las Vegas casino.
The courthouse is a casino.
Everywhere else seems to be a normal.
Isn't that...
The police station, yes. I didn't know that the station and the courthouse were next to each other.
Our
Does
attire
make sense.
hasn't changed.
Right. Areas outside her courthouse palace must not be worthy of... Wait, I always look like this. I'm special. Besides, I can't... The police station's also part of her work area, though. Whenever I've brought her food and belongings.
We got no business with the cops, right? This might be the metaverse?
That reminds me. He'll need a...
Code name? Phantom Thieves.
Yeah,
can't
I
go
am
around
definitely
using
wondering
their
if
real
I'm still
names,
in
right?
the metaverse
Ain't
while I'm
cool
being
either.
interrogated like that. It
Just
seems
for
extremely
reference,
possible.
What is everyone else's? Skull.
Mine's Fox.
We pretty much decided on them with how we look.
What is it, Haru?
Then perhaps Karasu will be best for me.
Are your clothes all black?
The reverse, actual. If our codenames are to hide our identity.
Karasu.
Why not go with...
All right.
Got it.
Now then.
I don't want to see his outfit.
Now then.
Can I put him in the party? He's selectable. And the highest level. Good on him. Robin Hood. Wow, look at you. Mr. The Law must be upheld at all times, and then you're Robin Hood. Light and curse. Huh, interesting. You would think there would be gun skills for Robin Hood. Just saying. And I do appreciate that we have Robin Hood and Japanese Robin Hood all together. Or perhaps, considering this is a Japanese game, I should say that we have Goemon and English Goemon. Well, what happens if I just wander over here, huh?
Wait!
Alright, Team Girl Squad, let's go.
I have something.
Okay.
So, this means we're acknowledged as a threat, correct?
And I can see why you went with Crow.
You planning on stealing stuff in that getup?
It just means that's what he thinks a rebel looks like.
No. This is my mental image.
Well, I think your mask is more apt for piercing rather than sticking. That aside, the people in here look completely normal.
But we're in a flashy casino. There's no doubt this is a palace. Oh, right.
Ah, yes. In addition to similar topography, cognitive people exist based on the ruler's perceptions.
That probably didn't make much sense.
No,
In
he probably
essence,
gets
since
it because
these
he's
look
not an
like
idiot.
real people, Sai-san's view of others is surprisingly undistorted.
Yes.
Considering what I see before me, it's difficult to believe it is not actually a real casino.
Not all cognitions are normal, though. In Futaba and Okumura's palaces, we had to battle them. People may look normal, but we should be careful.
Is this what you have to go through every time?
Yep.
Just don't slow us.
I will not allow that to...
God, why are birds always
Our
arrogant?
deadline for this infiltration is November. Of course, we'll need to secure an infiltrate.
So the calling card wasn't merely for show?
Will you please?
Hey, he's trying to learn.
Well then.
He spent like the better part of a year trying to figure out what the hell we've been doing. Let the man's you know, be excited that he's finally figuring it out. All right, I'm actually gonna
just
save
say
this and call it a night. This seems like a good stopping point before we get stuck with whatever's further in. So next time we play this, we'll be investigating Sai's Casino, the palace from the beginning of the game. It's finally happened.